And welcome to WTHR Plus. I'm meteorologist Angela Buchman along with Sean Ash and Rob Ellis. Lindsay on her way in as well to get you through what's going to be a stormy overnight for us. We've been talking about this for the last couple of days, and we do now have our first severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of Vigo, Park and Vermilion counties until 2:30. I do want to remind you that if the storm has you awake, and depending on the community you live in, this area is also under a tornado watch. Sometimes the sirens will sound. A reminder, those are only for outdoor use. Need to have a cell phone, have a weather radio, have another way inside to get those warnings. But a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of the northern half of Vigo into portions of Park and into Vermilion counties until 2:30 in the morning. We are watching a tornado warned storm in the eastern sections of Illinois. You can see some of that rotation being picked up here with live Doppler 13 radar. There have been at least one confirmed tornado warning and several tornado warnings embedded in this line of storms that really we've been tracking for the last several hours. Do want to give you several views of this line. Non-severe as the storms enter the northwestern part of our area up toward Lafayette into Rensselaer along Interstate 65. It's this complex here in the far eastern sections of Illinois that we've noted rotation along with the National Weather Service out of central Illinois. So we will continue to monitor this closely. For now, National Weather Service locally going severe thunderstorm warning. But when we have the parameters in place like we do, with very little notice, we can go from severe thunderstorm to a storm that is rotating, capable of producing a tornado. Here's the highlighted area of the tornado watch. This goes until 4 o'clock on Saturday morning. So we still have several hours of this watch to get through, and we anticipate an update from the National Weather Service Storm Prediction Center to extend this watch, whether it be tornado or severe thunderstorm, in the coming within the next hour, I would think at least. They've already gone severe thunderstorm watch for the northern sections of our area. So Peru and Wabash, Marion, Gas City included in this, and that goes all the way until 9 o'clock. We are monitoring a long line of storms that extends from Chicago into southern Illinois and even farther south. All of these purple boxes indicate confirmed tornado warnings. We've had dozens of these across parts of Arkansas into the eastern sections of Missouri. We also have several developing a little farther south of Memphis, and the Gulf Coast is going to be one area we watch during the day tomorrow for additional severe storms. We have the tornado watch locally. Expect this to be extended east, either in the form of a new tornado watch or a new severe thunderstorm watch. The severe thunderstorm watch north. We also have that PDS tornado watch for the southwestern sections of our state. That does include Evansville all the way south through just south of Memphis. This is a powerful storm system. In addition to the threat of severe weather, we've had non-severe, or I should say non-thunderstorm wind gusts in excess of 40 miles per hour. So what you see covering from the Canadian border all the way south through the Gulf Coast, these are wind advisories. We have some high wind warnings. We have that PDS tornado watch. We also have parts of western Minnesota that have been under blizzard warnings. That shows you just how strong this storm system is. Earlier on Friday, there were winds in excess of 80 miles per hour across parts of Texas, producing dust storms. They had fire warnings across portions of Oklahoma. We will be dealing with the threat of severe weather Saturday into Sunday. It will go from parts of southeastern Indiana and the Gulf Coast, eventually toward the East Coast over the next couple of days. We will continue to monitor the severe threat. Temperature-wise, still very warm. We're in the 60s and 70s, and you can see the line of strengthening winds where we have those warnings developing and at least the potential still of some rotating storms. In terms of wind gusts right now, we're up to a 44-mile-per-hour gust in Greencastle, a 41-mile-per-hour gust in Terre Haute. And remember, these gusts are happening in advance of that line of thunderstorm activity. Future Track 13 really did a a good job on the arrival time of these showers and thunderstorms, and this will continue for us over the next several hours. So we anticipate a busy few hours. We also anticipate some new information coming from the Storm Prediction Center. We obviously have that first severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Vigo, Park, and Vermilion counties. That's going to go until 2:30. We expect additional warnings, so we'll be coming on here WTHR Plus. We'll be keeping our viewers over on Channel 13 updated as necessary, as well as it does look to be pretty stormy for us over the next couple of hours. Sean, anything to add before we may hang on just a little longer just to see if we get anything additional? That cell in the eastern sections of Illinois is still pretty interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, this is going to be a long morning.
I guess I should say morning, not night.
Yeah, this is going to be a long morning. Eventually, we use the word eventually, this stuff will weaken, but this line is going to be in the state probably until 7 or 8 o'clock in the morning. Now, it will take on different forms of intensity. What you're looking at right now is that storm on the far western part of the state. Kyle, if you can punch up graphics 4, thank you, brother. We'll dive in, because that definitely, of the line, with the exception of the cells that are producing numerous tornado warnings and confirmed tornadoes in southern Illinois, southeast Missouri, and getting into western Kentucky. This is definitely the strongest part of the line. It's had a history of rotation, and I'm going to stop this and I'm going to put this on a little more of a local radar perspective here. And I'm going to bounce back and forth. I want to show you the velocity, and I got to turn off the lightning so you can see more of the detail. But the velocity data shows the rotation, which right now is broad. Now that could change, and that would be, then we would be talking about more of a tornado warning situation, but it's near Paris. You see the red and green next to each other. But bottom line, with or without rotation, we're going to be staring down quick moving storm, moving toward the northeast at roughly 60 miles per hour. So with that said, I want to put a track on this so you can see how this is going to play out as we move through the overnight. We're going to take it from Danville to near Terre Haute, and then we're going to take this thing to the northeast at about 60 miles per hour. So that gives you some ETAs here. Now, we've been thinking between 3 and 4 for the metro area, and I still think that timeline is going to play out. Now, it doesn't mean when this thing gets into Crawfordsville or Lafayette that it's still severe, but that's just when it's going to arrive. All of us, by the way, get rain and thunderstorms tonight. And as Rob Ellis has pointed out off camera, and let me turn the lightning back on. I mean, these things are full of lightning. This thing's had a history, too, of, you see the hail swath that goes all the way back. So that's another thing to consider with this. But yeah, we've got a long way to go. Eventually, this watch is going to be expanded to the east. So whether or not it's going to be a tornado or a severe thunderstorm watch, to be determined, but suspect that Indianapolis and maybe as far east as the Ohio state line. So that's one part of the line that we're going to be focusing on, and then we'll be watching these cells very closely too. They should eventually congeal into more of a line as well, but those are going to be moving in later this morning. So that's what we're trying to say. This is, I mean, we probably have at minimum, another 5 hours of tracking to do, and we will definitely have you covered here this morning.
Yes, and I think the only thing we can hope for is that these run a little bit out of steam. Perhaps they move into an environment that isn't quite as favorable as it was across parts of Illinois as these storms developed earlier. So just stay with us. We're going to continue to keep you updated. We wanted to get on the stream here to let you know that we did have our first warning of the morning. It is a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Vigo, Park, and Vermilion counties due to this intense storm coming out of eastern Illinois that has a history of rotation as it developed and moved through additional parts of that state, had a history of some large hail as well. So we are concerned with areas just north of Terre Haute. Let's dive in and give you a couple of closer views. I kind of want to stick with you for a few minutes just to see if we get some additional warnings and or the extension of that watch so that we can make sure that you have the latest information. But Sean did a track on this, but here's the position of the cell now. The most intense part of this cell, perhaps producing some hail, is now approaching Clinton and just north of there as it tracks off to the northeast, headed into the Rockville area. It will move across the northern sections of this warned box, if you say, and really continue to make its way off to the north and east. For now, the most severe part of this storm is just to the north of Terre Haute. While we're on this view, let's go ahead and check the hail parameters and some of the other parameters that we just kind of keep an eye on. And yes, that hail detector is picking up where we showed you the most intense part of that storm in and just northwest of Clinton. As this moves northeast, heads up Rockville, this will start to move in your direction. Is that a new tornado warning just across the state line?
Stand by.
It's an extension of the warning. Okay,
Roger
so far they've gone severe thunderstorm warnings locally, but there have been several tornado warnings embedded within the line of storms, especially across portions of Illinois. While we're here, we'll check the velocities. Again, no significant signs that this one is rotating locally. It is in the far western part of our state, so it's something that we'll continue to keep an eye on. The severe thunderstorm warning goes, by the way, until 2:30 this morning, and it is for this intense storm that's basically approaching Clinton now and will make its way toward Rockville if it holds together. Sean did that track. Crawfordsville, Lafayette would eventually be in the path of this fairly significant cell that is now in the western part of the state, and really just the beginning of what's going to be active for us over the next several hours. This is the view for now. We're waiting to see if we get any additional warnings on this one or any extension of the watch, whether it's the severe thunderstorm watch or a tornado watch. For now, it's a tornado watch for the western part of the state, severe thunderstorm watch north, but we do expect some additional news coming from the Storm Prediction Center just based on the trends. As I mentioned, we can hope that this is moving into an environment that is slightly less favorable. And from some of the analysis that we have done, there are parameters working in our favor to weaken this somewhat. But unfortunately, there are still a few parameters that are working against us as far as continuing to keep that rotating storm threat going, not only with this line, but some of the additional storms that are developing down to the south and west. So let's give you a bigger view to show you that we are dealing with a fairly significant line of storms that extends from parts of Wisconsin all the way south through northeast Arkansas, and this continues to move east and northeast. We're concerned with the cells coming out of Illinois. We're also concerned with some of the tornado warned cells down to the southwest. If these hold together, would impact southwestern Indiana and perhaps then into the Bloomington, Columbus area. So as Sean pointed out, this is the beginning of what's going to be a very long morning for us unless we see some significant weakening over the next couple of hours. We do expect additional warnings and additional watches as well. This is how the picture is shaping up right now. Again, waiting for additional information from the Storm Prediction Center. For now, we've got the severe thunderstorm warning just north of Terre Haute. Looks like we may have a new warning, so let's dive in there and give you an idea of. Looks like it is a new warning. for, again, some of the storms coming out of Illinois. That is going to be a new warning. It's going to include Fountain County until 2:45. So this was the original warning that prompted us to get on here streaming WTHR Plus for parts of Vigo, Park, and Vermilion counties. Now we're into the Fountain County area. This is going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning until 2:45. This is going to include Fountain and Warren counties, severe thunderstorm warning until 2:45, in part because of what you see in and around the Danville area. That cell is moving northeast. We've been tracking these between 50, 55 miles per hour up to the northeast, and the most intense part is the cell that is now just to the southwest of Crawfordsville. This will track north and east, so heads up Crawfordsville, heads up Lafayette. Nothing severe right now, but just to your west and southwest, we are dealing with some severe storms. Still, that potential these storms may rotate, may produce some large hail. Even if they don't rotate, that potential of 60+ mile per hour wind gusts. That's kind of the information we were getting out of the National Weather Service as they were highlighting this area for the storms for the arrival. 60 to 75 mile per hour gusts. That's what was reported across parts of Illinois, and we did have at least one confirmed tornado warning with a little bit of damage in a town just across the state line. Sean?
We've got NDOT 2. That is over in the western side of the state. This is in Covington. Rob Ellis has this camera up for us, and it's popping. It's rocking. It's within the line. You can see a lot of flashes. And that's going to be a story with this. Now, you were talking about this, and it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out as we move through. The farther east with the line, the farther east, these storms should weaken. But until they get far enough east, they're going to be within an area that's going to create at least some embedded rotation. I was just looking at some of the parameters, and the highest tornado parameters are down here. So that's kind of getting out of it, but I did notice on the Indianapolis radar that we were having a little bit of rotation. I'm going to dive in. We'll show you that here within that severe thunderstorm warning. That's the core of which, by the way, now is north of Terre Haute. Let me take off the lightning, but you can see just how many strikes we've had. But right around Clinton, I'll circle some of these. They're little, yeah. And these can be real quick, real quick. See that right there? That's heading toward Rockville. And so that's what we're going to have to contend with for the next 3-4 hours. We're going to have a line, and within it, we've been talking about the potential for embedded rotation. But that is what we're going to have to contend with for the remainder of tonight. With or without rotation, these things are moving to the east and northeast at about 70 miles per hour. So I'm just going to take this back here. Let me dive in. Once again, we'll just show you that's tightening up a little bit. It would not surprise me if we get a quick tornado warning out of this. But if you're along 41 there, if you're in Rockville, in Highland, you're already under a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado watch. So you should be in your safe spots until this thing can get to the east of you. If you're watching this thing in Crawfordsville, if you're watching in Lafayette, you can see this new thunderstorm warning. This is all moving your way. So that's why we did that track at about 60 miles per hour. But I tell you, Ange, that is tightening up, and that rotation is tightening up right there near Clinton, Fairview Park. There's Mecca, north of Rosedale. So heading toward Rockville, roughly at about 60 miles per hour. This rotation will cross over 36. Doesn't mean that it's going to stay rotating, but it certainly is showing that aspect right now. And the Weather Service is watching it as well. Okay. I just checked. They're watching it closely too. So,
yeah, and still no news from the Storm Prediction Center on any...
And there is the tornado. We're going to get the tornado warning pop up here very quickly. Okay. For parts of Vermilion, Fountain, and Park counties. So you will see it here in just a moment. Radar indicated rotation that we were just talking about. This warning's going to go until 2:45. Radar, the rotation is increasing as we speak, and moving northeast at 65 miles per hour. And there is the tornado warning polygon. So Rockville, we mentioned you multiple times. You should be in your safe spot, lowest level, away from windows, interior portion.
And I think we should probably stop
Yes.
down briefly.
Yep.
We'll put radar back on the stream, and we'll hopefully be able to do a 2-for-1 as far as doing Channel 13,
Yes.
updating folks on air and on the stream as well. But for now, we're going to put the radar back up and get the folks over on Channel 13 updated on this new tornado warning that is going to go until, you said 3:15?
Affirmative. 2:45.
2:45.
Yes.
2:45 on the new tornado warning. So we're going to stop down here, put the radar back up on the stream, and we'll be back with you in a few minutes.
Just get us on, but if you can set me up.
And good morning. I'm meteorologist Angela Buchman. The weather team in place to get you through stormy next couple of hours for central Indiana. We have Sean Ash, Rob Ellis, Lindsay Monroe in place. We do have our first tornado warning of the morning, so that's where we're going to start. We're going to give you a close-up view of this cell. We've had a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that we were covering over on streaming, but this cell has strengthened significantly, and it is a tornado warning for portions of Park and Fountain counties. Rockville, you are included with this tornado warning until 2:45. That is the latest on the warning in terms of where the cell is now, and we'll do a couple of tracks on it, let you know where it's going to go next. But we noticed a significant increase in the intensity of the rotation in between Highland and Rockville and just south of 36. This is tracking off to the northeast near 60 miles per hour, bringing with it the potential of damaging winds and the potential, because we're seeing rotation, the potential of a tornado, which is the reason the National Weather Service did go tornado warning on this. You can clearly see a tightening of this area of rotation that is just now west of Rockville. It moved right over Mecca. This is something we were tracking over on WTHR Plus just a couple of minutes ago, and it really intensified, Sean, rapidly as it moved from near Fairview Park to Mecca, and now is going to cross 36 just to the west of Rockville. So in between Highland and Rockville, and on that northeasterly path, Marshall will be in the path. And you're seeing something?
Well, we got a shear marker popping up here, and it's not a surprise based on the velocity. I mean, that is a very strong velocity signature.
And there's what Sean was just pointing out, that shear marker kind of helping you understand where the rotation is, and really an intensification that the radar is seeing as well.
Yeah, and As of right now, I haven't seen. Well, I tell you what, Eric, pop up graphics 4, if you could, for just a moment, and you can leave it in the wall. That's fine. I believe when we get the new frame in, we may see a little bit of a potential debris signature here.
A new watch coming shortly.
Okay.
Okay, so Rob Ellis with us this morning as well.
Yep.
We've been waiting on information from the Storm Prediction Center about extending the watch east, and that's something we talked about at 11 o'clock tonight. But this is obviously our main area of concern right now, is the intensification of this rotation.
Yeah, and so I'll take the radar back in time. Rockville, again, can't stress it enough. If you live along 36 here, you need to be in the lowest level. If you know anyone that lives in this area, please call them. Let them know that we've got this tornado warning, because we get very concerned about these nighttime deals. So I'm going to take the radar back in time just so you can see how quickly this storm literally spun up there while we were on the air. So there you can see Clinton, northeast of Clinton, and then within a couple of frames, boom. Now, we just got the latest frame in. That was at least a little promising sign to me, Angela. Not the circulation not as tight. So it's now north of 36, just north of Rockville. But we'll have to wait and see if this thing is going to cycle on us. But that's going to be the kind of night that we have. And you can see the expansion, by the way, of the severe thunderstorm warning that now includes Crawfordsville. So this is what's going to happen for the remainder of the morning, is that we're just going to get these things. They're likely just going to warn the whole line, and then we're going to have to wait it out and see where we get these areas of rotation.
And Rob and I were keeping an eye on that across Illinois. So basically, you're right. The National Weather Service issued severe thunderstorm warnings, giving people plenty of warning ahead of time. And then the individual storms that started to rotate, very similar to the one that we have in and near Rockville right now. Then they kind of isolate that area and then go tornado warning on it. So we're going to have numerous warnings, most likely starting with severe thunderstorm warnings and then changing over to tornado warnings as necessary as we get rotation showing up on radar. And that's what we saw across parts of Illinois, and that's what so far is happening across portions of Indiana. I do want to come back out, and actually before we do that, let's do a track on this just to show you where this one is going to go next. So the tornado warning goes until 2:45, and remind me, 60 miles per hour was the estimation?
60 to 65.
Okay, on this. So as it moves off to the northeast at that clip, we want to show you some times of arrival. And as Sean mentioned, these are so dangerous when they happen at night, when people are sleeping. Even if we had warned you most of the day Friday that this was potential, I'm sure folks went to bed. So hopefully have ways to get warnings or notify people that are in the path of this.
Marshall's in the path right now.
Okay, so Marshall's going to be up first. Let's track this off to the north and east. We'll do it near 60 miles per hour or just over, eventually into Crawfordsville, eventually into the Lebanon area. But Marshall obviously is the immediate concern, but just kind of wanted to highlight where this cell will go next. If it holds together, it will come out of parts of Park County, head into Montgomery County, and perhaps clip the northern sections of Putnam County and cross 231 within the next half hour to 40 minutes. So this is a little bit of a heads up. If the storms have you awake this morning in places like Crawfordsville, Greencastle, we do expect some additional warnings with this cell. Let's dive in a little closer to show you the rotation that we're watching, and there is Marshall. It's basically overhead.
And Bloomingdale as well.
I'm sorry?
Bloomingdale as well.
Okay, so in this area, just now coming out of Rockville, Marshall will go into Waveland if it would hold together, Newmarket into Russellville. So the rotation is now just north of Highway 36 and continuing to make its way northeast. And there's Bloomingdale that Sean pointed out. So a couple of areas north of Rockville dealing with that potential of a rotating storm right now. 60+ mph winds possible, large hail also possible as we track this rotating storm coming out of Rockville over Bloomingdale and Marshall right now. In the path down the road would be Waveland, perhaps Newmarket, perhaps Crawfordsville. So just stick with us. We do have a tornado warned storm, and that tornado warning goes until 2:45, and it is going to include parts of Park County, parts of Fountain County as well. So just be aware, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings and tornado warnings now for several of our communities north and west of Indianapolis. Let's put the radar back on, and we'll bring it back out to kind of a large view to show you the storms that we're dealing with and where we expect this line to go. And really, it is just the beginning of what we expect to be a stormy, perhaps a couple of waves of storms, one this morning and perhaps some additional storms later this afternoon and this evening. These are the latest on the warnings. We've got the severe thunderstorm warning and the tornado warning entering now the western part of the state. Everything kind of tracking off to the northeast around 60 mph or so. Sean?
Yep. And I've got the circulation pointed out. It's broadening a little bit, but that's not to say that it may not tighten up. So north of Rockville now, and this thing is moving, as Ange mentioned, and we've talked about, this is moving northeast, 65 mph. So passing over Marshall, probably northeast of Marshall. Waveland probably will stay just to your west, not by much. It warrants your attention. Russellville, the circulation should stay to your west. But with that said, you still are under a severe thunderstorm warning, and there's still 70 mph wind potential. Now here's the situation. So you can see the red, the green with the red. So this is the circulation right there. Okay, that is, whether or not it's going to produce a tornado, that is to be determined. This warning continues at minimum for another 20 minutes, and if this radar signature continues in this fashion, then we're going to get additional communities under the gun here. So possibly Waveland, possibly Newmarket, and then you should be watching this in Crawfordsville. And if you've got friends in those cities that are downstream of this, what's prompted the tornado warning, please give them a call. Let them know that we're on the air and we're going to be following this storm. Yeah, Rob.
Crawfordsville on NDOT camera.
Roger. Okay. Yep. So Rob's got NDOT. He's got the camera in front of the storm. You got it on one, my friend? Okay. And so this is a vantage point of Crawfordsville. So this camera is in downtown Crawfordsville, and this is what we're going to be looking at very closely as this storm moves rather quickly into central Montgomery County here over the next 20 minutes. You're going to get the rain, you're going to get rumbles of thunder here ramping up real quickly. And speaking of thunder, there you go. All right, that is in the last 10 minutes. Those 10-minute strikes. And so this is an electrical storm in addition to the rotation. Obviously, the rotation is the what we're concerned about. But please know, and you can see this warning goes all the way out into parts of Tippecanoe County there. But the tornado warning, Ange, continues, and we could probably draw a line here. So Rockville almost out of the woods here. And basically, this is your tornado warning now. Okay, just going to get passing over 41 and heading into Newmarket here. That's our circulation.
So we have some small slivers of counties. Obviously, the center of this rotation is in Park County, just north of Rockville. But Sean kind of highlighting south central Fountain County, southeastern Vermilion County. Tornado warning continues until 2:45.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the debris detector here, and when I get the update, we'll see. When I get the update in here, there you go. That could possibly be something. Let me get the telestrator here. Right here. So there's Marshall, and that may be some debris that the radar is detecting.
Okay, and so what it does is it's picking up something bigger than a raindrop, bigger than perhaps a hail pellet. So when we start to see that combined with the rotation that we've been noting, that gives us a pretty good idea that we've got something going on here.
And the rotation now is north of Marshall. So the rotation is north of Marshall right now. So let's see where that. So that we'll wait and see.
Okay.
That was probably a few minutes ago.
Okay.
And then when we get the new slide in, we'll see. I'll keep an eye on that debris detector there.
Okay, and we've been noticing and noting, Sean has the tightening up of that rotation and then the broadening of that rotation, and that's probably the type of storm that we're going to be dealing with over the next several hours, and perhaps several of them. At times they rotate, at times they don't, at times they produce damage, and at times they don't.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a track just on the circulation. It's got to widen the map out there, so that puts it at 60 miles per hour. So there's Crawfordsville, Frankfort. There's some ETAs. Crawfordsville here in the next 20 minutes, maybe a little bit sooner. So, but please know, this whole thing is warned. The whole thing has a severe thunderstorm warning on it, and now we're starting to get the cells popping up in advance of it as well.
And as we found as we were tracking these storms across parts of Illinois, National Weather Service issues large severe thunderstorm warnings to cover the line of thunderstorms, and then we'll kind of focus on an area of rotation, and then if needed, add additional warnings. Most likely that would be a tornado warning if that storm is rotating. We saw it several times in Illinois, and now we're seeing it across the western sections of our state. We've been tracking this line of storms really for hours, and the storms are finally here in central Indiana. I'm going to go north to south along this line to get you caught up. Not all of this is reaching severe limits, but do be aware the severe potential is there. Northern part of the state under a severe thunderstorm watch, this western part of the state under a tornado watch, non-severe but very heavy rain in Rensselaer, south to Lafayette along Interstate 65. That new warning that Sean pointed out, the severe thunderstorm warning, now does include the southern sections of Tippecanoe County, that is just to the south of Lafayette. We have some new storms out ahead of the main line into Frankfort, into the western sections of Boone County. Give you a closer view of some of these cells right over Frankfort now with some heavy rain, lightning, south into Lebanon. The main line is approaching Crawfordsville. Sean did a track on that, puts it about 15 minutes away or so as far as the rotating part of this thunderstorm that is now still across portions of Park County, but it is coming out of Rockville. In terms of warnings, while we've got you here, Montgomery County severe thunderstorm warning, that's going to go until 3 a.m. That's also going to include the southern sections of Tippecanoe County, also the northern sections of Putnam County. So when we did this initial track, when we got on here 13, did the initial track on the rotating part of that thunderstorm, mentioned Crawfordsville, mentioned Lafayette, that it was going to make that move north and east, and that's the case. And the National Weather Service is warning you way ahead of time of the strongest part of this cell to give you a heads up. This gives you time to get into the safe place of your home. That's going to be the lowest level away from windows and doors. Put yourself in the middle of your home. As we saw with the cell coming out of Rockville, it took just a matter of minutes for that rotation to tighten up and perhaps produce a tornado. This is something that we're not going to know until if we find out if there is any damage or we get into daylight. Unfortunately, this severe weather event is happening at night when folks are sleeping, when it's very difficult to spot severe weather. And it was one of the reasons we encouraged you to have several ways to get warnings. That covers the severe thunderstorm warning until 3 a.m. The tornado warning still in effect for parts of Park. This is going to include slivers of Fountain and Vermilion counties as well until 2:45. So we have about 10 minutes left on the tornado warning, but that's the highlighted area here. It almost is easier to see when we put on the velocities to give you a better idea of where this storm might be rotating. And this actually is a better picture, Sean, in terms of velocities at this point, in terms of not seeing a significant, what we call couplet, that tight red and green close together.
Yeah, I would agree with you, and the Weather Service agrees with you. They are not going to issue a downstream extension of the tornado warning. Got some power outages for the western part of the state. Vigo County, which includes Terre Haute, 2,000 at least. We've got Crawford, Montgomery County, about 600. So we have several counties. Not a surprise. We'll see some of these going up. And then as Rob was talking about, we are going to get an expansion, and there it is. So there is the new tornado watch. And that goes
till 10 a.m. Wow.
Good morning, Lindsay. Good morning, Lindsay.
Lindsay's here early. She's gonna have a long
extra
morning.
Shot of espresso, please. But hey, that's why we're here. This is what we do. Now, are we going to have a tornado threat at 10 in the morning? I hope not. But with that said, let me switch you over. Let me go back to radar, because, and this is something that we've talked about. Let me show you Future Track 13. Keep an eye on the clock when this thing pops up, by the way. There you go. So, I mean, at minimum, we're going to have stuff on radar into 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. And it's the southern portion of that.
Yes.
As the line progresses, if we get rotation, that's where it's going to occur here. So what we're trying to tell you is that, yes, we got a long morning ahead. This thing, it arrived on time in the western part of the state. We still think the core of the line gets into the metro at around 4 o'clock. Now, please keep in mind that the atmospheric setup over us right now is much different than the atmospheric setup that was out in central and western Illinois, that was out in place in Missouri, where St. Louis got absolutely blasted. So, but there's still just enough ingredients that we're going to have to watch the radar. We call it babysitting the radar, and that's exactly what we're going to have to do for the remainder of the morning here. So at least some good news right now is that we don't have rotation. So the warning has expired. The tornado warning has expired, but we still have severe thunderstorm warnings that include Crawfordsville here. All right, Rob's got us on N.1, and there you go. So the wind is starting to pick up right on cue as the cell is the core of the storm. Is moving, finally getting into Montgomery County. So as of right now, radar indicated severe thunderstorm warning.
Ooh, lots of lightning there,
A lot of lightning and potential. I mean, again, the thing's moving 60 miles per hour. So some of that wind energy can get transferred to the surface here. So we're probably going to start to see an uptick. You know, we showed you the power outages in western Indiana. We're likely going to see that continue to expand, and that was something, even without the thunders, the tornadoes, that was something that we were concerned about, is that we were going to get some power outages. And keep in mind, we're still going to be dealing with the overnight situation here, or early morning.
Yes, and I was glad you showed Future Track 13, because it really is picking up on the southern extent of this line that will produce additional rotating storm threat south and east of Indianapolis during the early part of this morning. I will also tell you the original tornado watch that came into the western part of the state was set to expire at 4 a.m. We're going to see that tornado threat end a little earlier than that. So yes, the new information is new tornado watch for central Indiana until 10 a.m. However, it most likely won't go quite that long, but we are going to be really concerned with what's developing down to the south and west. In fact, I've got a big view on graphics 1 of the radar, and I want to point out some of the cells. These purple boxes here are confirmed tornado warnings, and there have been dozens of them from parts of north central Arkansas where these initiated Friday evening and moved into portions of Missouri. They're now across southern Illinois. That's one thing we're going to have to watch, is the movement of those tornado warned storms as they may impact our viewing area in the next several hours. But as Sean mentioned, this is going to be a long morning for us, hoping that these are moving into a less favorable environment. He said the setup is not the same as what they were dealing with in Illinois and in Missouri. It's a different setup. It's not quite as intense. We are still going to see the threat of severe weather, those 60+ mile-per-hour gusts, that threat of hail, and the threat of some rotating storms. Good news right now, we don't have any tornado warnings, so we're going to take a break here from Channel 13 unless anybody has anything else we need to get out before we do that. On WTHR Plus, we will be coming in and out of live updates. We will also have the radar streaming live until this line of storms moves out. But that's a quick update. We did have some rotation noted in Park County near the Rockville area, near Marshall. That's one area the National Weather Service will keep an eye on just in case we get any reports of additional power outages or any reports of damage. But for now, we'll get you back to regular programming on 13, and we'll continue to bring you live updates as necessary. Have a good morning.
It is 3:03 now. We're coming back on the air with you as we've had a new tornado warning issued for parts of central Indiana. The focus is still on the line of storms tracking across Illinois and now going over the Illinois-Indiana border. We've been watching a storm that's been rotating down just across the Vigo County line near Robinson, Illinois. This has shown consistent rotation, and because it's continuing to track more of a northeasterly pace and it's moving somewhat rapidly at about 65 miles per hour, the National Weather Service in Indianapolis went ahead and issued a tornado warning for that storm cell that is still currently just across the border. So you can see that right here, making its way just to the south of Marshall, Illinois. So that's going to be the border of Indiana, Illinois. So you see York, that's technically Illinois, and then just across the border going to be northern Sullivan County. And then we've got portions of northern Sullivan County as well as southern portions of Vigo County that is now included in this warning. Just came down a few moments ago, going to be in effect until 3:30 this morning. So this is really the primary area that we've been watching for that rotation. And we'll go ahead and switch over to the velocity scan here and just kind of show you what we've been tracking, monitoring as this has lifted off to the northeast. Again, it's a pretty quick mover, about 65 miles per hour, and you can still see that we've got some pretty distinct rotation here on the radar. So this is going to be just to the northwest of the city of York, and then that is moving to the northeast here. So we are going to be watching basically right here along 41, that corridor that extends from Fairbanks into Prairie Creek. So we're talking far southern portions of Vigo County and even closer to that Farmersburg area. So this is over in the Wabash Valley. So this is kind of just outside the Indianapolis viewing area. However, this is all embedded within that same line of storms that we've been watching. A lot of the northern extent of this is continuing to prompt severe thunderstorm warnings, and that was a new one, actually, that was just extended into places like Hamilton County. But as far as what's out there right now, this is really the main area of rotation and the storm that is prompting the highest potential that could develop into a tornado, just given its history. I want to take you back over the past, this is really 10, 15 minutes, and just kind of show you how this storm cell has evolved as it has lifted off to the northeast. So watching that right there, and you can see perhaps that most recent radar signature showing some signs of some weakening, but just because this has been so consistent and it's held so close as far as the rotating couplet on radar, that is why the Weather Service went ahead and issued that extension of that tornado warning into portions of Indiana. So that again does include portions of southern Vigo County, northern Sullivan County, going to be in effect until 3:30 this morning. That's what we're watching over on radar as far as the rotation aspect and where that ongoing warning is currently located. But if we take a step out here, I wanted to show you the bigger picture in general, what this is all a part of. And we talked about the primary threat with this being the potential that we could see damaging wind gusts. Of course, that's a potential that we could get 50, 60, even some embedded 70+ mile per hour gusts within some of these thunderstorms, but also embedded within this line, the potential of some rotating storms. And that's certainly been the case so far. This right now is the only tornado warning that's in the central Indiana area, but we do have this severe thunderstorm warning that I was mentioning has been extended into portions of Tipton County, now into the very far northern extent of Hamilton County. And that's because the very northern extent of that line still producing wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour. In fact, up in Lafayette, we just had a 66 mile per hour wind gust reported at the airport there. That was just a few moments ago. So still holding together as far as that severe parameter, as we've got, of course, the watches. They will be in effect. We know now that there's going to be a tornado watch in effect for most of central Indiana all the way until 10 o'clock in the morning as this whole line works its way from west to east across the state. So as far as ongoing warnings, that's the warning that we are watching as far as severe thunderstorm to our north. Again, that does include portions of Hamilton County and now extending into Boone County. That runs till 3:45, and that primary threat is the potential that we could see those damaging wind gusts. We've also been watching a couple cells pop up over here on the west side of Indianapolis. They also contain quite a bit of lightning, also some wind gusts that could push severe limits, although just shy of that at this point. So that primary storm that we're watching is, of course, the rotation. Now, this is just one of several rotating storms, a lot of them just kind of outside of the Indianapolis viewing area where the most potent rotating storms have been. This one just to the south of Vincennes, been monitoring this storm cell right here. I'll put it back into velocity mode. And also another something to keep in mind with this part of the state, it's kind of in between about 3 different radar sites. So what you're seeing is not a perfect image of what we would see if this were to be happening closer to Indianapolis or perhaps down near Evansville. So it is kind of a muddled view of where we would see that tightest rotation, but nonetheless, still giving us a pretty good view of what we are watching as far as these ongoing tornado warnings. You can see we've got this second warning in this rotation that is showing up just to the south of Lawrence, and this is in effect for Wabash County, Illinois. So keep in mind 315 there. This is also lifting northeast. So the city of Vincennes throughout Knox County over into perhaps Martin County and then into Greene County. We're going to be watching for these cells that are still holding together just across the border. And should they hold together, at that point, the National Weather Service office in Indianapolis will take over and then issue a continuation of those ongoing warnings. Sean, anything to add that you're watching over there?
Yeah, we've got some circulation that's in Clinton County here. A couple of things I want to point out with this. This is along a line, and this is what we've seen during the overnight, what we've been kind of warning you for. This is not necessarily a supercell, but it's rotation within the line, and it's right over top of Frankfort right now. Yep. Yeah, and so I want to show you the NDOT camera that's over Frankfort here. Give me a second. I want to show you the rotation. So it's right there, green and red next to each other, and there you have it. So that is what's pinwheeling through. Let me turn off the warnings real quick so I can get to my interactive toolbar here, and we'll switch over and we'll show you the camera. NDOT 1, Rob? Either one. So, all right, so this is, there you go. So there's NDOT 1. Let me show you NDOT 2. Okay, all right. But there was a camera in Frankfort that was getting kind of knocked around a little bit. It doesn't matter if it's a tornado, there's still a severe thunderstorm warning, but that can enhance the wind. And this is what moved through Lafayette earlier, over 60-mile-per-hour gust. This is moving toward Tipton, and it's moving toward Kokomo. All right, so let's track this out. And these things have been moving pretty quickly at 50 to 60 miles per hour. So we'll split the difference and do 55. So this gives you some ETAs here, Kokomo, a little after 3:30. So that's roughly about 20 minutes away. Peru 340, Wabash 355. We'll have to wait and see what kind of shape it's in when it gets in here. So we've got, if you're just joining our coverage, Tornado Watch has been expanded for the majority of central Indiana, and that goes until 10 a.m. And what got us back onto the live stream and what Lindsay's been following here is down across southwestern Indiana. So radar velocity, not overly impressive, although it is pretty far away from the beam right now. But these things, as we've noticed over the last couple of hours, they can spin up pretty quickly. We'll have to keep an eye on these southern cells. The ones farthest south will have a better inflow to work with here. So we expect that we're going to continue to see some spinners here, if you will, Lindsay, over the next couple of hours. So watch technically goes until 10 a.m. We sure hope we don't have rotating storms 7 hours from now.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
And the biggest thing, yeah, I mean, it's just such a long line. And this is what we were anticipating as we were watching the lead up to this event. It was just not going to really miss anybody. It was going to impact all of the state. It just depends on where you are in the state and what type of severe weather impacts you, because the potential was there for basically everybody. This is moving along a long line of storms. Now, one of the biggest questions is, do you think it's going to miss my area? And it was a pretty confident no. It just depends on how severe or how strong that storm was going to be, or the line was going to be once it did move in. So we are on the air with you. We came on probably about 8 minutes or so ago when the National Weather Service in Indianapolis issued this extension of a tornado warning that started with a pretty strong storm cell that was showing very significant signs of rotation just across the border over in Illinois. And we were watching that storm cell for quite some time. And right now it's located kind of right there south of Marshall, Illinois, crossing over the Wabash River. So we're talking southern portions of Vigo County. And this did show signs of rotation still, although it did look like it was weakening. So I've got this on a loop over the past 15 minutes. I want to take you back and just kind of show you the history and how this particular storm cell did evolve. So this was showing pretty significant signs of rotation, as Sean was telling you and explaining how we use radar velocity. It's basically looking at the direction that the wind is flowing in relation to the radar site itself, and it gives us inbound, outbound winds. And whenever they get clustered close together, like you see here, the reds and the greens close together, that's a good sign that there is some rotation within that particular storm cell. So again, this is where that's located. And I'll put this again into motion as it's lifting pretty quickly. It's moving at about 65 miles per hour off to the northeast. So right now, as you can see, it does look like, as far as that couplet goes, it has weakened pretty significantly. The last couple of radar scans here, certainly not as impressive as they have been, but this rotation would basically be right here crossing over the Indiana-Illinois border in between Prairie Creek and Prairieton, and then approaching 641 here. So this is just north of Farmersburg. It is in southern portions of Sullivan, or I should say southern portions of Vigo, very northern extent of Sullivan County right now. And we're going to keep monitoring this one until they do potentially expire it early. It is going to be in effect until 3:30 as far as the warning goes. And then again, if it does continue to hold together, I do think this will hold together as a pretty strong thunderstorm. Whether that rotation continues is yet to be seen. It is showing signs of that weakening. However, this is a pretty strong storm, and we could see some very strong, severe wind gusts, which would be in excess of about 60 miles per hour or so within this line. So as it moves off to the northeast, it's going to continue to track across the I-70 corridor here in Vigo County. And then should this storm cell right here hold together, we will watch it move through places like Clay County, and then potentially, if it does hold together, on into Putnam County as it moves closer to the Indianapolis area. As far as what's south of here, so these storm cells have been significantly more intense. That's what you see, these purple highlighted polygons right here. Those are basically confirmed tornadoes. They're particularly dangerous storm cells right here, where those purple warnings are located near the Evansville area. So those are also a couple of embedded thunderstorms within this line that are rotating, lifting off to the northeast. So we are anticipating, as we get deeper into the overnight hours, the atmosphere is going to lose some of that energy that would keep these fuels at such severe levels. So that's kind of what we're banking on here over the next few hours. But with that being said, they are still sustained, and it's just after 3 o'clock in the morning. So we're going to be watching basically all of this zone here in southern Indiana, seeing what some of these storm clusters do down near Evansville, as they are still actively producing severe weather. This is a new severe thunderstorm warning, it looks like was just issued. It's an extension just south of where that's located. That tornado warning is located. That does include Sullivan, and it does include northern portions of Knox County. That's going to be in effect until 4 o'clock in the morning. So that's about a 45-minute long warning, basically just encompassing the southern extent of that line that is producing, well, it has a history producing some rotating storms. So basically just kind of watching to see how that will evolve. Hopefully we don't see any new tightening or any additional rotation within that. It certainly does have a history of producing that. Check that out when it was warned just south of Vincennes And then as I put that into motion, it's also started to weaken as far as the rotational aspect of that storm. So that's some good news. This one here in Terre Haute certainly looks like it has weakened as well, although that warning continues until 3:30. And then, of course, we are watching this right here. This one potentially, I think this one, what do you think, Sean? I mean, just looking at the radar, the velocity scan on this one has quite capable of some very strong winds embedded within that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Sometimes it's a good tool to use too to kind of clean up some of the velocity data is the what we call the shear rate. I'm going to take off the, and you can see it. This is what was moving through. So that's what blasted through Clinton County. That's what went through Tippecanoe County. That's what's heading toward Kokomo. All right, so what this does is it cleans up all that radar data and says, hey, look at me. This is the strongest part of the storm, and this is where we're going to have some wind issues, okay? And this is why we've got that severe thunderstorm warning. That continues until 3:45, likely will be extended. Lebanon, it's passed through Frankfurt, hasn't made it to Kokomo yet, but it's on the way. Kirkland, you're up next. Sheridan, and where we get into those red cores here on the shear rate, that's where we get an elevated area of wind damage. That's crossing 52, it's crossing 65, and that's going to come real close to Lebanon. We work up the line, so there's Frankfurt. It's now east of Frankfurt, heading toward Kirkland and Kempton and Forest, and also within this, we've seen some little areas of rotation. So overall, everything is progressing kind of as expected here in terms of severity and in terms of timing. We were saying between 3 and 4 in the metro. That timeline looks like it's going to play out. We got the lightning on because even without the wind, this is going to wake a lot of folks up. And as we look down to the southwest, so we've got two areas of strongest wind, the one north of Indy and the one southwest of Indy. So nothing's happening in Bloomington right now. Give it a couple of hours and that definitely is going to change. And Lindsay, I was going to show the power outages, the latest power outages, and these numbers likely will continue to grow. We've got 1,500 in Tippecanoe County. I suspect that is going to climb. We got about 1,000 there in Fountain County, 2,500 now in Montgomery County. So tornado watch continues until technically 10 a.m. The severe thunderstorm watch over the northeastern corner of the state goes until 9 a.m. And we've got a strong wind field that's feeding this line of thunderstorms, and that's what's keeping it going. Now, I want to show you future track 13, which has the placement pretty correct here. The idea is that as we get closer to 6 a.m., the western half of the state, the severe weather threat, will be over. And then as we get a little bit closer to 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock, so again, the tornado watch technically goes until 10 a.m. That thing's going to be canceled before then. And then we'll just wait and see. We do think there's going to be some additional thunderstorms later today. Hopefully those are just going to be rainmakers and thunder and lightning. And what happens here this morning will hopefully kind of shield us, Lindsay, from seeing a whole lot of severe weather locally later today. We do know, unfortunately, the Deep South is going to be staring down a tornado outbreak.
It's going to be a long day for the folks at the Storm Prediction Center. I mean, this is basically a 3-day event when it comes to covering severe storms across the country. We're just a small sliver of that. And I do have our feed, our live feed pulled up on our Facebook page. So a lot of folks kind of asking questions on here. And first of all, you're probably up on our Facebook page or you're up watching us because you've heard some wind in your area or you have gotten an alert on your phone. And of course, it's the middle of the night. It's a Friday night heading into a holiday weekend. So we want everyone just to be aware of what's going on out there across central Indiana as a line of storms, highly advertised line of storms hitting during the overnight, exactly when we anticipated that to happen. So a lot of folks kind of in the Indy metro area getting on our live stream at this hour, kind of just wondering what we've got going on. So this is going to be one of our live cameras. We're going to keep you updated with what's going on across the area. This is up on the northwest side, I-65 there at 82nd Street. Yeah, Rob?
Yeah, and I don't know if they're able to pull up my mic, but yeah, some info on that. There appears to be some type of traffic hazard. What you're looking at there, that's the lanes coming towards you, some type of traffic hazard. What has me concerned is that this is where we had that very quick pop-up move through. I'm wondering if we maybe have something in the roadway, maybe a branch or something has fallen because of the gusty winds that came through that area about maybe 20 minutes or so ago.
Yeah, and what's the latest as far as wind gust reports from the Indianapolis airport? Are you able to see
I'll
that?
pull it up for you.
Sure.
Give me a moment on that one.
Absolutely. So in the meantime, I'm going to go back to our radar source because it does look like we've got a lot of folks who have just recently joined us. So I wanted to give a rundown of why we're on air with you right now and kind of what's to come over the next few hours as we continue to monitor this line of storms moving through. Initially, we went on the air just after 3 o'clock this morning because we had a new tornado warning that was issued over in southern portions of Vigo County. This is showing basically the rotation and where we had some rotation indicated on radar, and it's all just kind of south of the I-70 corridor in between that Sullivan-Vigo County line just to the south of Terre Haute. Watching some of the cameras that we've got over there, it does look like it's very windy, and of course we've got that very heavy rainfall. But the good news is, I'm going to back up here and actually kind of show you how this has evolved. It's kind of weakened as far as the whole coverage area and the intensity of that rotation. However, this is the most recent radar scan, so before I talk any further about it weakening, it does look like perhaps we had a little bit of an intensification of some rotation right here south of the Wabash River. So that's going to be kind of on the south side of Terre Haute in between Prairieton and Southwood area. Okay, so there's I-70, there's where that meets up with 41. So that's going to be tracking kind of toward Riley, the city of Riley. This is a pretty quick moving storm cell. When it was warned initially, it was moving at about 65 miles per hour off to the northwest. So let me put the radar back on just to kind of show you what this is a part of. This warning is going to be in effect for the next 5 minutes. We'll see if the Weather Service office in Indianapolis decides to extend that. But as far as everyone kind of joining us on the live stream around the Indy Metro, we do have another severe thunderstorm warning that is a pretty big warning polygon. It encompasses parts of northern Boone County, northern Hamilton County, over into Tipton County, all of Howard County, and then also Clinton County. And we did just get another report of a very strong wind gust out of the... Okay, so yeah, the Frankfurt area had a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust. That was at 3:15.
The highest I've seen at Indianapolis, but 40 within the last hour.
So we are starting to see the winds starting to increase over at the Indianapolis International Airport. That's where we get our official wind observations. So obviously we're not at the peak of this line. It's not quite here in the metro just yet. So seeing that we've got within this storm cell right here, a 60+ mile-per-hour wind gust, that would put it at severe limits. And then down closer to our airport where we're getting our observations in Indy. Obviously that main line's not quite here just yet. But it is holding together. The good news is really in between this warning and the warning down in Terre Haute, nothing is warned at the moment. Really, but the history of this line, we've seen it at any given point. We can tap into just a little bit of energy in the atmosphere. We could start to see some storm cells embedded within this line itself spin. So that's what we're basically on the lookout for. Anything that will continue to evolve over the next couple of hours, really several hours between now and we talked about 8 o'clock in the morning when this is all kind of wrapping up. At any point within this line, there's the potential that we could start to see some storms spitting. So that's the primary concern that we're watching. Keep in mind, within any thunderstorm, once it does get to severe limits, we're talking 60+ mile-per-hour gust. That's going to do potentially some damage. It's going to bring some tree branches down. It's going to potentially toss some tree branches into power lines, and that could cause some isolated power outages. So we've got that fired up for you as well. As far as where we're already seeing some power outages, this is the, go ahead.
Yeah, there's a new fire department to rescue damage report that's coming in. Extensive tree damage. This is in Park County, just northeast of Mecca.
Yeah.
Extensive tree damage, barn damage, a road shut down from being impassable. And starting to get also a couple of other reports of some of the roads becoming impassable in these same areas where you're showing some of the power outages there. So yeah, we're definitely seeing trees and coming down and leading to power outages, but already starting to see those reports begin to trickle in officially.
Hey, Eric, if you could put on graphics 4, because I was about to want to show you. So this is the initial tornado warning, and there's Mecca, and there's that tight circulation.
Oh, wow.
So that was the concern. We knew it was tight, and unfortunately, as Rob was mentioning, now we've got some damage confirmation here. Let's hope that people are safe, but we do know that there's been property and tree damage just to the west of Rockville. So that, again, that was from over an hour ago when we were doing our tornado warning coverage there.
Okay, so I just checked back in with the National Weather Service. They are going to expire the Vigo County tornado warning, although it's still showing some signs of rotation. It's more so weakening. Everything remaining a steady state with that line kind of north of there, especially north of Indy. That is basically the primary threat, switching to the potential of 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts. So they're going to continue with that warning that's in effect for Kokomo down into northern portions of Hamilton County. And as far as that storm right there, you see in that polygon over Terre Haute, does look like they are not planning on extending that tornado warning.
Yeah, and look, if you've got some friends in Bloomington and Columbus, give them a heads up that this storm is moving their way. I'm going to do a track on it. Yeah, we've got a 49 mile per hour gust there in Shelbyville. So these things are moving. Again, northeast, roughly 60 miles per hour. That's going to get it into Bloomington in less than an hour. Martinsville, less than an hour as well. Get you in Linton here in about 3 minutes. Lake Monroe at about 4:20. We'll have severe wind potential with it. 60 plus gust, and possibly that we could have some rotation tucked away within this line as well. So we want to give, we got a long morning ahead of us here, and the southern portion of this line eventually will become the bigger concern here as we move through the morning. So just a heads up there, Bloomington, Columbus, Franklin, Greenwood, North Vernon, Bedford, as well as Seymour. So you got, we still got another 3 hours before we can get this thing onto the far eastern side of the state, and probably got another 4 to get it out of Indiana altogether. But right now, severe thunderstorm warning continues there for Tipton, parts of Tipton County. Heads up in Kokomo. Let's put on the shear rate, and there you go. That's kind of within that line. This is where the strongest wind is. It's over Rushville now, heading toward Galveston, Kempton, there's Kirkland. So that's that little line there, I call it little, but that's what can drag down the 60 plus gusts. That's what moved through Frankfort when we had the 60 mile per hour gust a little bit earlier, Lindsay.
Okay. All right, I want to take you out now. If we could flip back over to our Lynx One box. This is the live camera along I-70 in Cloverdale. So basically the leading edge. This is not warned over in Putnam County, but this is kind of the leading edge of that line as it continues to work its way more of an easterly track, kind of a northeast track across the state. So this is where we've started to see some of those gustier winds. We've also noticed that lightning frequency picking up. Certainly the rain has started to fall here in Putnam County. This area, again, not warned, but it's kind of the leading edge of what is moving into the Indianapolis area. And there is still potential that we're going to see some embedded wind gusts that do reach severe limits. So we could get the warning that would be extended down into Putnam County. Wanted to quickly cover some of the reports that we've had so far. with this line of storms as it's moved through. We mentioned the Mecca area, and Sean was showing you what that looked like on radar when that moved through. Just wanted to put this into text so you can see where it is on a map and what was reported. So we've got extensive tree damage. We know that there's barn damage and there's portions of roads that are being shut down because they are impassable, I would assume because of tree branches and debris that's potentially covering some roads there. That was a report that's 1 mile northeast of the city of Mecca. So that's going to be over in Park County. And then just across the border, you can see we've got several wind reports. We had one tornado report just off of 57 over across central Illinois. So that was basically that same storm that tracked into Terre Haute and what prompted that tornado warning. That was allowed to expire just a few moments ago. Also had some wind reports. This was up in Frankfurt, of course. We just had that 60-mile-per-hour wind gust reported. Also in Lafayette, we had a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, actually 66, as that leading edge of the line moved through that area. So basically, that's kind of what we're watching for, the potential of within this line of storms. Where are we going to see the wind gust and when is that going to get to potentially severe limits? So in advance of that, that's why we've got this ongoing warning here until 3:45. Includes a very large area because this basically whole line is at the same intensity. It's covering a huge swath of land. So really from just south of Logansport, now moving into the Kokomo area, and this is the line that Sean was showing you. There's a very narrow strip here where we do still have some severe wind gusts being reported on radar. So that's just a good tool to let us know that this is still capable of producing some damaging wind gusts as it rolls through. This whole line, again, lifting to the northeast. So places, if you're over across portions of eastern Howard County, all throughout Tipton County, and of course, leaving the Frankfurt area, heading into northern Hamilton County, Boone County. That's kind of the next spot that we're going to be watching out for those strong winds to get initiated.
Yeah, that same area you were just looking at, I was just kind of mentioning to Sean, it looks like a bookend vortex on the northern end, right there near, what is that, Galveston? There appears to be a little bookend vortex, almost like, to explain to the viewer at home, it's almost like when you put an oar in the water, it makes the little swirl on the ends of the oar. That looks like there's a little bit of spin there just on the end of that, that line, that northern end. Sometimes you get this at the northern and the southern end of the line. I think that's what we may be seeing there.
Yeah, and that'll enhance the wind. Galveston, Bunker Hill, already under a severe thunderstorm warning. Likely a good idea, being your lowest level. And that's the thing with some of these, depending on where you live, if you've got, if you've got a lot of trees around your area, or if you got the kids upstairs, good idea. If you're, as Rob was pointing out, this is where we can get some wind enhancement, crossing 35 and 31, moving up toward Bunker Hill. So a good idea to essentially treat it as a tornado warning. It's severe thunderstorm warning, but this thing is likely going to be doing some damage here. You can see that shear rate that kind of spikes up there over Galveston and not far from Kokomo. So that's a good pickup there. And that line of wind that ramps up, we've mentioned Kempton a few times. You can see it there as we zoom in a little bit more. Also going to have some wind issues here. So we're probably going to start to get some more and more wind reports, Lindsay, as this thing moves quickly to the east here. And we'll see how that southwestern corner of the state progresses the rest of the morning.
Yeah, just kind of watching our camera network in that area that stretched from Frankfurt up to where we were just looking at there on the radar up into portions of Howard County. So this is our live NDOT camera in downtown Franklin, or I should say Frankfurt right now. So this is basically the core of that line that's moving through. This is kind of the southernmost extent of that line. Obviously, the very heavy wind, heavy rain that's coming through right now. So it does look like they obviously still have power right here. This is US 421 at State Road 39 in downtown Frankfurt. But this is basically the core of that thunderstorm that remains warned at this hour. So severe thunderstorm warning in effect for this stretch here in Frankfurt until 3:45. We'll see if they extend that. We'll flip this back to radar now. Obviously, we are seeing some pretty significant wind and rain. As far as where that camera was, it's located kind of right here. So right here in downtown Frankfurt, where that was located. Just looking at the radar in and of itself, and I'll put this actually into motion over the past 15 minutes so you can see just the general motion of this line. The whole thing is in general tracking from west to east, but you can see embedded within that we do have additional lines that are shifting more so of a northeasterly track, and it's moving relatively quickly, and that was one of the things we were talking about leading up to this storm event coming through, is that we thought this was going to be a pretty quick mover through the state, and that would work in our advantage as we get deeper into the overnight hours. We were hoping we would just kind of lose that momentum, because that's typically what happens with overnight storms, just the dynamics in the atmosphere weaken once we lose some of that daylight and things like that. I do believe this storm has weakened overall, the line in general, but there are parts of it that are still maintaining those severe parameters with that potential of some damaging wind gusts here. So Frankfurt obviously underneath the leading edge of that, and then now we're watching this extension of the severe thunderstorm warning and kind of that zone that we were watching. It does look like that's starting to intensify on radar. So let me zoom in on this just to the north of Kokomo, and then I'm going to put this into real time. And right there near Bunker Hill, Sean, that does look like it's kind of intensified the past couple radar.
Yeah, and that's that area that Rob was talking about, the bookend vortice. Very common on those things. You get an enhancement of wind damage, and it'll be interesting to see as the morning progresses. You know, let me look at, we'll look at power outages and things like that, but it'll be very interesting to see what comes of that as it moves through. But yes, for sure, that's yeah, right there, just north, right along 31. Again, can't stress it enough. If you're in Bunker Hill, just take your tornado precautions. Get low, get middle, get away from trees until this thing can cross over, and that should happen here rather quickly, probably in about 5 to 10 minutes. Should be to your northeast. Heads up Peru, heads up Wabash. If you're watching us there on our live stream, it's going to be moving through Miami County. All right, and then along as we work down on radar and cut through Kokomo, right along this line, we can get some more pockets of strong wind here. And that's the one we had from earlier. That's 60-mile-per-hour gust. That was from that was about 25 minutes ago as the line moved through. Can show you what that looked like. And there you go. So that was from Frankfurt. So 60 plus remains in play with the line here as it marches toward the east. And as we work down, let me put the lightning data back on. And Lindsay Lindsay talked about this. Overall, this line itself is significantly weaker than what it was Illinois, Missouri. But unfortunately, we've got a very strong, what we call low-level jet stream that's feeding into this thing, and that's what's going to help it give it life, at least for another couple of hours. So we mentioned Bloomington. And let's take the radar back because we just want to show you how this is progressing. So this is moving east-northeast. So Metro, at least the south side of the Metro, downtown Indy, Bloomington, this is the one you're going to be watching. And this is the one that will eventually, I believe, come over downtown Indy and keep the wind in play here. So, but that's a big storm. Let's put get our warnings and watches back on. So that's what's got the severe thunderstorm warning. Parts of Owen, that goes until 4:30. And that's going to be for 60 plus mile-per-hour potential with that. And large hail too, up to an inch in diameter. So we've got quite the stormy morning that's in progress. Now, once the line gets to the east, let me get the telestrator out here. So once this can cross your area, then your risk of severe weather is over. So you can see the tornado watch has been, canceled or taken away, if you will, for Illinois, and then we'll start to drop counties off as the line pushes through. So hang tight. Lafayette, you still got some rumbles, you still have heavy rain, but the worst of the wind is just about over. So still got some time in Anderson, you still got some time in Muncie, and we're getting some new, and not surprising, we'll continue to get some more, but we're getting some new severe thunderstorm warnings. This includes Tipton, includes Kokomo. It's going to be an extension, Peru under severe thunderstorm warning until 4 o'clock. These will continue to get moved toward the east along the leading edge of the line of thunderstorms here. That's moving east-northeast between 50 and 60 miles per hour. So hang with us, friends. We've got a long morning ahead. I would say we're probably staring down another 2 to 2.5 hours, Lindsay, before we can get this all the way into eastern Indiana there.
It's encouraging that we're not seeing a lot of rotation, though, additional
Yes.
areas of rotation. It's been more of a wind transitioning to more of a strong wind, damaging wind threat versus a rotating storm threat. So I've been following along with you on the live feed, had some questions about a ongoing line of some strong storms here, and this is basically extending into Bloomington. So there was a question from Bloomington watching us from Monroe County. So that is not in the warning zone just yet, but I did put a tracker on the leading edge of that storm that's just exiting out of Jasonville right now, kind of in the zone. Just to the west of Linton, so that's down in Greene County. So that is lifting off to the northeast, so it's not quite into portions of Monroe County just yet. However, we're monitoring that as it does lift in that direction, moving pretty rapidly, about 60 miles per hour. So that puts it into the Ellettsville area about 4:13. So we're watching that for about 30 minutes from now. That's going to be into the IU campus area in downtown Bloomington by about 4:23. So we've got a little bit of time before it does make its way into this zone and then potentially into southern portions of Morgan County, estimating Martinsville, this kind of leading edge, by about 4:24 this morning. That is a new severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be ongoing till about 4:30. So that basically encompasses this orange highlighted a polygon that's in effect till 4:30. But if the signature on the radar does hold together, likely continue. They will extend that severe thunderstorm warning into these zones here that I'm watching for you, Monroe County, and then into portions of Morgan and into Johnson counties. Not a ton of live NDOT cameras, but I've been trying to flip around here just to see if there's any signs of where that heavy rain is currently located. So this is the live NDOT camera in Sullivan. Still a pretty potent storm moving through this area right now. Obviously, we've got the very vivid lightning in the background, so that's just a good camera to show you kind of what's going on still over on the western side of the state as this line moves from west to east. Still packing a punch there over on the western side of the state, and then want to bring you back closer to the Indianapolis Metro. Here in the city, we're not ignoring you. It's just not quite here just yet, so we're kind of tracking the leading edge of that as it does move into Marion County. We've obviously had some of that heavy rain already move through. We've already started to see some pretty strong wind gusts in excess of 40 miles per hour around the city so far, and it does look like this traffic incident's continuing here on the northwest side. This is I-65 at 82nd Street. Got a traffic hazard here that's blocking a portion of 65 here on the northwest side of town. Obviously, we've got some waterlogged roadways already and a lot of our cameras across the area. We have started to see the wind starting to gust, and that's going to be the trend here as this line moves through. It's also in its wake, leaving a path of some power outages. We've really started to see these numbers increase over in near Crawfordsville up into Tippecanoe County, 1,500 to 2,000 outages being reported right now, over 2,000 outages over in Terre Haute. So this is basically where it's moving through. So I would anticipate with those strong wind gusts, the potential of places like Tipton and Howard County, Clinton County, down into Boone County, starting to see some power outage reports here within the next 30 minutes or so. As far as any of those reports from strong wind gusts, those have more so been there's a new one over in Owen County. That was a 60 mile per hour wind gust, and then a 66 mile per hour wind gust up in Lafayette. So this is still keeping its act together, although the good news is, again, we have not seen as many rotating storms as we initially did. I'll go ahead and take this tracker off and just show you the bigger picture here of this entire line that's moving through. Still, this has been pretty significant down near Evansville, so we're going to watch these storm cells. This one's still producing a tornado warning just to the south of Princeton. If that does hold together, we're going to be watching for that potentially holding together, moving into places like Bedford here within the next 45 minutes or so. Hopefully that does weaken. That's going to be what we hope for. The potential for it to weaken is certainly there. And then there's a little bit of a lull in between this warning. Let's see here. This is up near Tipton. And it does look like there's a separate warning here. So they're basically canceling all those prior warnings and putting out new ones. So this one's going to be in effect for the next 12 minutes for Miami County, over into Cass County, and then this one as well until 4:30. So that was a new one that was just extended to northern portions of Madison County. That one's going to run until 4:30. Of course, that primary threat within this one is the damaging winds, 60+ mile-per-hour wind gusts possible there, possible power outages, branches coming down. But here in the Indy Metro, as far as the tornado threat, rotating storms, that does not look to be the case in between Indianapolis and kind of the back edge of this. It's going to be some very heavy rainfall, potential that we could see some embedded severe wind gusts firing up within this line moving through. But as far as the Indy Metro right now, we are not under any kind of warning. So that is some good news, Sean, as we monitor those two storm clusters here producing the warnings that
I mean, that's it for right now. We say that's it because it's still going to be loud. Now, again, stressing that what's over the Indy metro area at this hour, loud certainly, but not severe. I've got live Doppler 13 radar here on more of a statewide perspective. I know if you're watching in Muncie, if you're watching in Columbus, maybe North Vernon, Seymour, Bedford. I've had a lot of folks on the Facebook talking about Mooresville. When's this stuff getting here? In terms of like Bedford, it's going to be there within the hour here. And we've got pockets of strong wind on radar. Bloomington and Ellettsville and Martinsville, this is moving your way. I'm going to take the radar back about a half an hour just so you can see how things are progressing. That's, by the way, that's 10-minute lightning strikes that we're looking at. So this is a very electrical storm that's going on right now. And it's starting to show a little bow signature there near Jasonville and Clay City. That can be indicative of some wind enhancement as well. And the shear rate's showing that. And we'll keep an eye out. Not seeing a lot of circulation, but it's going to be more of a straight lined wind, which can do just as much damage as a tornado in some cases here. So it's being warned for the potential of over 60 mile-per-hour wind here with that particular storm. All right. So as we get a little closer into the metro, thunder is certainly going to be waking some folks up. Right now, these are not severe thunderstorms technically. They definitely have heavy rain, and they definitely have the lightning. And the tornado watch continuing until technically 10 a.m. It is going to end way before then, Frankfort, you still have heavy rain and thunder. You had the 60 mile-per-hour gusts earlier. Lafayette, the severe threat, in my opinion, is over for you. That watch is going to start to get shaved away there. But heads up there in Marion and Wabash and over Kokomo. This is probably going to be the worst of your night. Not necessarily the end of the rain, but this is going to be the worst wind that you're going to have to deal with. And it's moving through as we speak, cutting across Greentown, east of Bunker Hill now, moving up toward Wabash, and as we work down over Sharpsville right now. So, but we still have a bit to go, and we still, unfortunately, as we look down to the south, we still have some big storms going on. Let me turn off the, get back, switch. I'm going to switch up radar here, get into the Evansville radar, because I want to take a look at this. This is technically out of our viewing area, but let me put the warnings back on. And we got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings, but this is in an area that remains under a what we call a PDS tornado watch box, and that's particularly dangerous situation. So they're still in an environment that's more suitable for spin, but we're going to keep an eye on that. Right now we've got the storms that are lining up to the west and southwest. And what are we at 4 o'clock? So yeah, we still got another couple hours here. Lindsay, what do you want to check on? One thing I want to get back to the power outages, just to get another inspection on those numbers. So 1,500 Tippecanoe, still at 2,000 there in Vigo County, Montgomery County hovering around 1,000 right now. It will be interesting, Lindsay, over the next hour or so to see, we start to see those numbers elevating a little bit, not only to the north, but also to the southwest. And what a balmy night it is. Temperatures remaining elevated due to a strong south and southwest wind that continues to feed this storm line.
All right, and been pulling up some of the cameras. I feel like the core of some of these stronger embedded storms is kind of right in between where the live NDOT cameras are. But this is the leading edge of the storm that is moving closer to places like Morgan County and down into Monroe County. This is actually the I-70 camera in Cloverdale, so into Putnam County. It's where the leading edge of the heaviest of that storm is. This has really started to intensify over the past 5 minutes as I've been watching this. Not only the rainfall rate has started to intensify, but you can see the camera kind of shaking around as the wind starts to pick up. We're tapping into the core of this storm that's moving into Putnam County and then areas south of there. And the lightning frequency has also started to pick up. So this is over in Putnam County. It's that I-70 corridor. Basically where the leading edge of that line of storms moving into just west of the Indianapolis area. So it's basically at our doorstep. It's still not quite here. This particular storm here, not warned that far north, just south of places like Putnam County. That's where that warning is ongoing. So I wanted to take you back over to the radar, kind of show you where that is located. Basically, the camera is right here along I-70, so just to the south of Greencastle where that intersects with 70. And then the heaviest of that storm still in portions of Owen County now. So that was an extension on that severe thunderstorm warning. That will run through 4:30, so that's another 35 minutes or so. And I do anticipate if this holds together with the intensity that it's at right now, that there will be an extension of a severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of damaging wind gusts, and that would likely extend into places like Martinsville, Ellettsville, Bloomington, down into the campus of IU, down that new 69 corridor. So this whole system is lifting off to the northeast compared to where it's at right now, which still technically Owen County, down into Greene County. That's technically the Terre Haute viewing area, so not quite here in Indianapolis watching us. But I do know that there are folks that do tune into the Indianapolis channels that live in this part of the state. So we want to keep everyone aware, especially since this is all heading into parts of central Indiana. This will hold together. It's just a matter of how intense will it be as it moves from west to east. So places like Martinsville, Ellettsville, still very quiet. Of course, where you live right now, you might be hearing some thunder in the distance, but I'll put a tracker on the leading edge of this and just kind of show you how long you've got until this is going to move into your area. This is my tracker tool. And we'll go ahead and put this on the map right now. So Cloverdale obviously already starting to get this. It's moving pretty rapidly, again, near 60 miles per hour off to the northeast. This might even take more of a north-northeast track. But with that being said, moving at the current pace that it is, Ellettsville, we're looking at about 4:11 in the morning, and it's currently 3:56. So you got a little over 20 minutes or so. Same deal, Martinsville, 4:21 arrival time, and then Bloomington, the campus of IU, around 4:17. As the potential there of some damaging wind gusts kind of rolls into that part of the state. That's the southern extent of basically what's going to impact our area. It still looks like just south of here where Sean was showing you down in the Evansville area. That is still the most intense part of this storm system. So that is good news for us. We're kind of on the weaker side of this. And as we continue through the overnight hours, we're just getting into the point of the day where we've lost a lot of daytime heating, although we still have some pretty good dynamics in the atmosphere that's going to basically keep this together. It's just a question of how intense will this be as it moves through. Again, there's that very long line of warnings that stretches all the way from just to the north of Evansville into Paducah. So again, this kind of part of the state, so down that 69 corridor between Evansville and Bedford, potentially Seymour, we're going to be watching that zone over the next few hours for that rotating storm threat. We do still have some rotation that's being indicated right here near Princeton, Indiana. We've got that ongoing warning, tornado warning until 4 a.m. for Vanderburgh County down in very southern Indiana. So again, that is out of the Indianapolis viewing area, but it just kind of goes to show you how the system is evolving as we go through the overnight hours here. And then lifting back up to the north, of course, if you're watching us here in Indianapolis, you are getting pretty intense rainfall. And we are seeing that move into northern portions of Marion County, although it is just below severe limits as far as that part of that storm cell. I do have a camera, I believe, in that area. So this is up basically right where that red was on the radar. This is a camera that we've had on an earlier incident at 82nd Street and 65. But the rainfall rate really intensifying here, and visibility is becoming very low quickly where the heavy rain moves into that zone there. And this is that other camera that I was showing you over in Putnam County, so Cloverdale, I-70, that corridor there. And the secondary cluster that is still producing a severe thunderstorm warning will head a little bit north of here. So that's still ongoing now, moving into portions of eastern Howard County, and then that line that will potentially pack that punch of 60+ mile/hour wind gusts that extends into the Wabash area now. That's a Wabash County under severe thunderstorm warning till 4:15, and then this has been extended now into Grant County until 4:15, and then northern portions, Sean, of Madison County now under that severe thunderstorm warning until 4:30. So that's kind of the secondary area where those winds are staying pretty strong.
Yeah, and I mean, and so everything kind of right now playing out as expected here. Let's see what happens over the course of the next couple of hours. We got to get through this thing that's southwest of Indy, moving toward Indy, by the way. We've got thunder and lightning over us now. Those are non-severe storms. Doesn't mean that they're not impactful, because we've got the heavy rain that's going to be ongoing here in addition to all the lightning. So I do want to put a track on this. Let's take this northeast. And so there you go. There's gets it into IU here in the next 15 minutes. Martinsville in about 17 minutes. Bedford, give or take, about 20. Butler, downtown Indy, IMS within the next half hour. Now that's the line to the southwest. That is not what's happening over us right now, but we continue to follow that. But yeah, we're going to get we're going to get some rain out of this, thunder and lightning, and pockets of severe wind gusts. That's how this thing is playing out. Fortunately, we did have the damage earlier in Park County. And there's the wind gust that just happened, about 55 minutes ago. Cagle Mill Lake, about 53 mile/hour gusts. What you got, Rob?
Yeah, I was just going to say, at some point, take a look at the temperatures, because it's really interesting how much cooler we're starting to see the areas back to the west. And also the storm, it's not so much of a line or individual cells. It's really much lighter rain than the real intense rain that was coming down. And we're just not seeing the gusts anymore. It's been really over the last 30 minutes or so, the gusts have been significantly lower than where they were. So I think we're at the point now to where the intense rain is not able to tap into that low-level jet that you were talking about and bring it to the surface. So, I mean, you see 59 there for the temperature in Lafayette where they've cooled down. We still got some 70s, and that's the area that we're going to be watching. But, boy, really, it's amazing just how much cooler and more stable you can see the backside of this system is. It's really starting to cool things and calm things down quite a bit.
Yeah, and coming into this, we were trying to tell folks, we know it's going to weaken at some point. It's just a matter of when and where. We didn't know if that was going to be in between Terre Haute and Indianapolis, or or was it going to be in between Indianapolis and Richmond? At some point, though, just based on atmospherics, it was going to have to run out of gas. And so I think Rob's kind of pointing it out, especially north of Indy. And now we'll see how these things can hold together. But Bloomington, Bedford, this is moving your way. If we do get some stronger gusts, I suspect that's probably where it will happen here over the next hour or so. That does not mean that we are not going to have storms on the eastern side of the state. I think everyone gets rain and thunderstorms here this morning. But if you're watching us, and so as we've been saying, they are now trimming. Let me turn the radar off here so you can get a better idea of how this works. So they're trimming the watch box off, and there you go. So that's not a shock. That's expected. That will continue to take place here as the morning progresses. As soon as that line hits you, the watch is going to get canceled. So yeah, this thing is not going to last until 10 a.m., even though the watch technically was issued to go to 10 a.m. So, but yeah, it's good point there. Probably good to show you too, Future Track 13, just so you can see how this thing plays out. So there you go. That's by 7 a.m. Remember, it's the leading edge where you would have the strongest wind. And then, so by 6 o'clock, Indy is out of the severe threat. And then this thing gets out, and then we will be on a wait and watch to see what unfolds this afternoon. We're likely going to get another round of heavy rain, but it may just be more of a heavy rain versus severe wind potential. That may be more positioned along in south and southeast of the Ohio River. And then a much bigger outbreak as we move into the deep south. So there's the latest on those power outages, Lindsay, just a little bit after 4 o'clock.
Yeah. And just gonna put this into perspective that this is impacting so many people. We're just a small little piece of the bigger picture here. So this is going to take us back to about 10 o'clock yesterday evening when we initially got that first tornado watch issued for our westernmost counties. This is what we call the warm sector of this weather system. We've got this warm front that's lifting through now, and then basically where we have the best dynamics for that severe weather, it happens kind of right in advance of the cold front that trails that. So I wanted to put this into motion. This is your 6-hour loop, just so you can see how this whole storm complex has evolved. Over the overnight hours, this leading edge has worked its way into the state. We've had the extension of those watch boxes, and then along this, we've had the warning. So everything's kind of quieting down here across central Indiana. That's why we're still focusing basically the southern extent of this line, because that's where most of those warnings remain. This whole storm system is really bringing in some much cooler air already to our northwest, noticing that we're seeing that transition already from severe weather to a winter weather situation as we've got snow across the Dakotas and down into Nebraska as well. So again, this is kind of the back edge now clearing that far western tier of the state. This is going to lift in. However, we've got this secondary area of showers and thunderstorms that are going to move in for Saturday, and that's as this cold front will then lift through during the course of the day on Saturday, which could once again bring some embedded stronger storms to parts of the state as we look ahead at the next 12 to 24 hours. So we're not going to be quite done with that severe potential, although as far as what's going on out there right now, we have been basically keeping an eye on that. Our Cloverdale camera will get that one reset. Looks like most of our at 4 o'clock the cameras do reset. So we're going to get those back up and operating for you from NDOT. But as far as a quick rundown of where we're still monitoring ongoing active warnings, these are severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect for places like Kokomo, kind of on the tail edge of that now. Going to be in effect till 4:30 if it does not get expired early. Also, that includes Grant, Wabash until 4:15, and then on up into far western portions of Huntington County until 4:15 in the morning. Again, those are still going to be in effect for the potential of damaging wind gusts. We've got a strong cell that's moving through Fishers right now, not warned, but still packing a punch. And then, of course, we're keeping an eye on This is really the primary concern here as we go through the next few hours. We've got this storm right here that's getting ready to move into portions of Monroe County. We've got a heavier downpour that's moving over Cloverdale as we speak, and then places like Martinsville, Ellettsville, Bloomington, and Clear Creek. I know if you're hanging out places like Rush County, if you're over in Connorsville, Newcastle, basically awaiting this to see if you need to go to bed if you're in the clear. At this point, what's headed toward you if you are in kind of this central part of the state. The worst of it is north of you and south of you, but I still think there's going to be some very strong winds that move into your area. It's going to take probably about an hour or so for it to get there, but then it certainly will. And then it's a matter of if our friends down in southern Indiana get impacted by this right here, which is an ongoing confirmed tornado warning now that's just moving out of the Princeton area. That is in effect for Pike County, Indiana. So this is in southern Indiana. Down near Jasper. That will be in effect for the next 22 minutes, and it does look like they've had some confirmation there. I don't know if you're able to check in with the Weather Service to see where that confirmation source came from, but as that rotation holds together, they're likely going to continue these warnings, and that will likely impact places like Bedford, potentially Seymour, if we continue to see that rotation ongoing there over the next few hours. But as of right now, all of the tornado warnings are south of the Indianapolis viewing area, but that potential there, it's not quite over just yet, especially for our southernmost counties. Wanted to show you what that looks like on our velocity scan. And keep in mind, this is kind of a tricky part of the state as far as getting clear scans out. It could be a little muddled because of its current location. So let me just take you back over to the map there and I kind of show you where that is located. So there's our rotation. That's our shear marker showing us that the radar certainly is watching the rotation there just to the south of Petersburg. So this is Indiana, so Vincennes, Washington, Martin, Davies counties, and into Knox County. So it's just south of there. So again, it's just a matter of, as we watch it over the next few hours, will that storm cell continue to hold some rotation in as it tracks off to the northeast and impact places like Bedford to Salem, and then potentially as far north and east as Seymour. No active warnings there, but again, this event is not quite over just yet, Sean.
Yeah, we just got a brand new warning for Marion County. I'm going to switch, give me a moment, we'll switch over on the radar. It's going to take a second to pop up here. But there you go. So that goes until 4:45. Brownsburg, Danville, Greencastle, downtown Indianapolis, Speedway, Avon, Danville. Let me turn off the lightning. We know it's a thunderstorm here. Monrovia and Mooresville. This will go technically till 4:45 on the warning. Moving east or moving northeast at about 70 miles per hour. So these are quick movers here. So that forward momentum puts in the possibility that we could get some pockets of severe wind gusts. Now, I will say this, some areas, Lindsay, when we have a tornado watch and there's a severe thunderstorm warning issued, sometimes, most folks are going to be inside their home anyways, but sometimes they sound the siren. So, but the majority of folks are going to be indoors anyways, and those are outdoor warning systems for a reason. But there you go. Let's get into this with the storm relative velocity. And I'm not seeing anything right now that's catching my attention, but it's going to basically be this straight line wind. And that's impressive radar signature there. Let me do a pixel query on this near Cloverdale. And so that's about 70 mile per hour wind. Probably that puts it roughly about 1,500 feet off the surface where that is in relation to the radar site. So that's why they got the severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued. So a lot of folks, their phones might be going off here right now. And this, if anyone has been able to stay asleep, they're probably waking up with this right now. So there's the polygon. Let me show you that now. I'm just going to turn the radar down, and there you go. So Coatesville, Clayton, A good portion of Hendricks County and the western side of Marion County, Avon near the airport, Indy, Speedway, Eagle Creek, and Brownsburg, all under this severe thunderstorm warning as this thing comes barreling through at about 70 miles per hour here. That's with the exception of that. And then we got you go up north. Kokomo still technically under a warning, and then as we work down, this is the cell we're going to be watching closely as well. The confirmed tornado there over the southwestern part of the state. So we'll be watching the progression, because again, if we're going to get tornadoes now, it is going to come from the southernmost storm. And that is what's happening over southwestern Indiana. So if you're watching us in Bedford, watching us in Seymour, we have to watch this one until we can give you the all clear. Closer to home, closer to here in the metro, it's going to be more of wind, okay? And probably pockets of it, but it's coming over downtown now. So potential there, Lindsay, for some pockets of 60 to 70 mile per hour. But and golf ball, and so if we're getting golf balls, then it's probably coming from this right here, right there near Stilesville, right along I-70, and that's moving the hail core itself. Oh, the southern side. Okay, sorry. All right. But yes, and so there's a new, that's the end of the severe thunderstorm warning there. But severe thunderstorm warning, Indianapolis, Danville, Brownsburg, potential for 70 mile per hour wind. It goes until 4:45.
Okay, and I think we should just real quick revisit down south.
Yes.
This is the latest from the National Weather Service, an extension of a confirmed tornado warning. So there were reports of a confirmed tornado near Oakland City. So this is just to the south of Petersburg. So we're south of Vincennes. This is Washington, Indiana. This is Lagodi, which is now included in this confirmed tornado warning. That's why it's a different color than most warnings. Typically, the tornado warnings are highlighted in red. So this one is purple because it is confirmed. You can see we've still got our rotation marker indicating that we've got some pretty defined rotation showing up on radar, and the fact that this was spotted. That's why that warning was extended off to the northeast, and this one is really moving quickly. This was last reported moving off to the northeast at 70 miles per hour. So let's go back a couple radar scans to where that was first indicated. This was just after 4 o'clock in the morning, so we're talking about 15 minutes or so ago. And then as we put this into motion into the future to real time, you can see this is still kind of holding together over Petersburg, Indiana right now, and that's basically headed straight toward the Lagodi area should it maintain rotation. So it does look like we are still seeing some pretty significant signs of that being the case. With these reds and these greens kind of coupling up here on the radar, that is a good sign that there is still some rotation. Our indicator is on there as well. And this is a pretty quick mover. So we're going to monitor this kind of within this whole cluster in between Washington, Indiana, Lagodi, Indiana, and then should that hold together, again, it's quickly moving toward the Bedford area as well. I'll put a tracker on the leading edge of that core of the rotation, and then lifting into Bedford. Again, this is moving very quick, about 70 miles per hour. So that would be about a 4:53 a.m. arrival time. So it's still pretty far off to your south and to your west if you are in Bedford watching us right now. So hopefully that will give it some time to weaken as it does track in that direction. But as of right now, we do have this ongoing confirmed tornado warning for Du Bois County. That's down in far southwestern Indiana. And that's going to be in effect until 4:45. So for the next 30 minutes, the Weather Service will be watching that particular storm cell right there, holding together, again, going to be making its way into the Bedford area. So that's kind of the zone that we're watching as far as this entire storm complex. I'm going to clear everything out and zoom out, just kind of show you a better perspective of where that's located. So again, so there's Bloomington. Bloomington under a severe, not quite yet, there's still severe thunderstorm warning just off to your west. Again, that storm moving into that 69 corridor now that extends up into Marion County, western side of the metro as well. And then as far as where we are still watching that tornado threat and that potential, that's going to be for our southernmost counties right here, lifting through Jasper now, just to the north of Jasper. So that's moving into basically southern portions of Davies County and then eventually into southern portions of Martin County over the next 30 minutes. And then again, we will see the Weather Service continuing these warnings should the strength of that and the rotation and the fact that we've still got storm spotters out there giving us some reports of what's going on out there on the ground. They're going to continue that warning there in southern Indiana. And then for the rest of the state, again, just looking like this is going to be a wind event with the exception of that rotating storm threat in southern Indiana.
Yeah, I mean, that is just a nasty, nasty tornado velocity signature coming in from the radar site there out of Evansville. Severe thunderstorm warning for parts of the metro area for 60 or 70 mile per hour wind. But we're very concerned about what we're seeing here on this tornado. Radar indicating it as we dive in here. That's it. I mean, that is the tornado. In between Winslow and Petersburg. Likely will stay to the just north of Jasper and heads up Shoals as well as Lagodi. Down the way there, let's go ahead and time this out. I'm going to put a track on this and moving northeast at roughly about 50, 60 miles per hour. That's going to get it in Lagodi and Shoals within the next 20, 30 minutes here, if it holds together. Let's hope that it doesn't, but that is a confirmed tornado warning. And it's the southern storm that we'll be most concerned about for the remainder of the morning. Because if we're going to get tornadoes, it will come from the southern part of the storms here. And that puts Mitchell and Bedford in play, Brownstown in play, and that where we're getting that purple shade, that's a confirmed tornado warning for parts of Davies and Martin counties here. Now, this thing may change intensity over the course of the morning, but right now that is the one. Now, back closer to home, severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be more for straight line wind. Moving into the western side of Marion County, going to switch over a little bit different radar perspective, and now we can really get in here and show you where the strong wind is happening. So along 70, I would imagine our NDOT cameras there are going to be getting blown around there. Monrovia along 70, there's Stylesville coming into Clayton, and eventually going to be coming into Plainfield. Let's see what kind of gust we're getting. So it looks like between 40 and 50. Now that's a little bit closer to the radar, so that's a little more indicative versus when we were showing you earlier. But 50 gusts at minimum, and could be stronger as well on this severe thunderstorm warning that continues for parts of the Indy Metro. And as we look up, so we're getting severe threats over now for Lafayette. We can shave off a lot of counties here, and once this moves through Indianapolis, the severe threat will be over. Might take another hour before that happens, but the severe threat is going to be over. You got a camera there, Linz?
It's a Monrovia camera.
Okay.
That you were asking about there.
Yeah, you can pop that up. You can pop up Lindsay's
NDOT 1.
NDOT 1. There you go. Yeah, so that's where the strong wind will be. Of course, we'll keep tabs on this this cell over southern Indiana as well.
It really does look, I'll turn my mic back on.
Yeah, Rob.
They're able to pull my mic up.
There you go.
Yeah, I was really looking, and earlier Sean and I were kind of looking at this, and things looked like they had really quieted down. But once the intensity on radar of the downpours picked up, I think that's when we were really able to see the winds kick up enough that we saw the severe thunderstorm warning criteria kick in. And boy, that cell just south of Washington, Indiana, wow.
Yeah. If you by now they probably have been warned. but if you've got, if you have loved ones here in Lagodi,
There is a camera in Lagodi. It's not the best camera, but I did look at it a moment ago.
Yeah.
It's certainly a lightning show ongoing there that rivals anything I've seen.
yeah, Lagodi and Shoals. This is now east of Petersburg. That is a really, really strong tornado couplet with a confirmed tornado warning. So not what we want to see here as we are now 20 minutes after 4 a.m. And if you got some loved ones there, know anybody, Alfredsville, Lagodi, Shoals, please let them know what's moving in their direction. All right, we're trying to keep as many people safe as possible here with these overnight, early morning thunderstorms and tornado warnings here. Severe thunderstorm is what is in progress now around the metro area. A lot of thunder and lightning, and as this rain moves through, it's going to have the potential to transport some of this wind down to the surface. We've got a new warning now for parts of Morgan County, and that's going to include Martinsville, and that's going to run until 4:45 for 60 mile per hour wind potential as well. And yeah, that Lagodi camera, that is going to be an interesting camera to follow, Lindsay, here the next half hour as that tornadic cell's moving that way.
Yeah, obviously it's super dark. This camera kind of located in a more rural stretch of the interstate system down in Lagodi. Let me find out exactly what road that's on. I'll pull up our camera here. So this camera is located at 231 and US 50. So it is located kind of just to the south of the downtown Lagodi area. So off of 231 is where that camera is located. And we've seen the lightning intensity pick up here. I would assume here momentarily we're going to start to see some movement with the camera as far as those winds picking up as the core of that storm moves into there. So we're going to keep that Lagodi camera up. I wanted to show you another view as well. So this is just north. This is our Bloomington camera at the new I-69 in downtown Bloomington. This camera bouncing around because of the strong wind that's moving into Monroe County now. Obviously, we've got some of the heavier rain that's also started to fall there. So as far as what this is still looking like, this is actually the Evansville radar scan. Gives us a little bit of a better picture, a little clearer as far as the rotation where that is currently at. This is actually a loop. I'll put this into real time now so you can just kind of see the evolution of that as this storm has lifted off. And it's moving very quickly. We should mention it's still reportedly moving at about 70 miles per hour. So it does look like this is your inflow right here. And then the tornado that has been confirmed, should it be still active, is basically right here in between Glendale and Hudsonville.
Wow.
So that is moving toward Corning, that more of a northeasterly track right here. And just seeing this inflow notch right here and the fact that we've got nothing on radar right here is a good indication that we've got some very intense rotating winds within that storm.
Yeah, I mean, that is a textbook tornadic signature that we're seeing, unfortunately. And so it's when we say it's radar, in this particular instance, let me switch over radar locations here and take off some of this lightning data. And there it is, right there. That is just to the west of Alfredsville. That is the tornado debris signature right here.
Oh, wow.
And when we compare it to the storm relative velocity, there you go. So this is very, very intense, what we're seeing here. Going to be cutting across 231. This is going to come very close. If it does not lift, it is going to come very close to impacting Lagodi within the next half hour. Let's hope.
They extended the warning, I believe.
Yeah, let's hope it cycles and it lifts. That is a possibility. Until that happens, we're going to have some concerns down here. Alfredsville and Shoals.
Pea-size hail in Hendricks County.
Pea-size hail in Hendricks. Yeah, so we're kind of watching multiple fronts here. And one reason that we'll be watching that cell in southwestern Indiana is...
By the way, they've got a PDS on that tornado warning.
Yeah, absolutely. For good reason. As we know that it's...
They're saying confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado.
Absolutely. Radar certainly is confirming that. So we can only hope that people have gotten the warnings, they're in their safe spots, and we know it's doing damage.
Here's the surprising thing: moving northeast at 70 miles per hour. That's frightening.
Yep, northeast at 70. So let's take that out. I mean, it's going to be in Bedford before the top of the hour if it holds together. Now, whether or not it's still producing a tornado at that time, we don't know that. Let's hope it's not, but that gives you a gauge. Probably going to be within the next 20 minutes. 20 to 25 minutes. We're looking at this thing being very close to Bedford. So if you have friends in Lawrence County, as of right now, they have not been alerted because the polygon's not there. Just give them a heads up, if you wouldn't mind, and let them know what's going on to the southwest. Hopefully they've been following it, but they might not, and so we need to make sure that they're getting the early heads up on this as this thing moves quickly east and northeast.
They're also, the Weather Service really is asking the media partners to highlight the town of Montgomery as being in the path of the couplet.
Yep, okay, Montgomery.
They noticed exactly what you were talking about there, Sean, with the CC dropout, which is the debris signature that we were looking at, and the strength of the couplet.
So there's Montgomery, Montgomery and Lagodi. So this is, now the velocity couplet not as tight as it was just a moment ago, but it's tight enough.
Yeah.
I mean, it's tight enough. I mean, as we look at the progression of this storm, I mean, this is a long track. This is a long track tornado.
And I know Lindsay's been looking at that Lagodi camera as well. I mean, it's just, the lightning down there is so intense.
Yeah, pop that, if you can, pop up that, is that N.1?
Yeah, it's N.1 right now.
N.1 there. Yeah, there you go. So, I mean, this camera is going to be in the path of this circulation.
Mm-hmm. It's located just on the south side of the downtown Lagodi area. And really within the past couple of minutes, I mean, the lightning has just been nonstop. I mean, it's kind of just right there.
All right, so there's this is a new tornado warning.
Okay.
That's just been issued. This include, well, Lagodi's already under tornado warning. This is an extension, goes until 5 a.m. And that's going to be for parts, well, okay, it is a confirmed tornado warning, sorry. That goes until 5 a.m. That includes parts of Lawrence County, by the way.
West Central Lawrence County.
West Central Lawrence. The thing is moving fast. Gosh.
Northeast at 65 is the speed on that. It's so slow down 5 miles per hour.
This Lagodi is right in the path of this thing.
Yep.
Puts a pit in your stomach. Let's hope this thing can lift before it gets there. All right, so Bedford, heads up. We got to really watch this one.
Yeah, I mean, if I was just anywhere within the vicinity of Bloomfield to Bedford, even Mitchell, Indiana, just kind of that entire swath.
Yes.
We know it's moving in that direction. I mean, this is just a good time during the overnight hours. You don't even want to risk it. This is a time to, take cover. You want to get into your basement if you have a basement. Get into an interior room, the lowest level of the home that you are in. Avoid windows, so you want to get into an interior bathroom, an interior closet. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Just want to get to a substantial shelter. So if you are in a mobile home, hopefully that you do have a plan for these types of situations where you can get into a sturdy shelter with 4 walls that are sturdy with a roof and, of course, the most interior part of that home, as you saw there on the radar. And then another live look at our NDOT camera that's located on the near south side of Lagodi, where the core rotation of the storm is tracking kind of just south of that city.
Yeah. And if you're just waking up, we've got the severe thunderstorm warning as well for parts of the Indy metro area. We've got multiple severe thunderstorm warnings. And you can see the tornado watch has been dropped over the western part of the state. That trend will continue. And it looks like as we zoom in on this storm here, let's show you let's look at our shear rate. I'm going to take off so within these storms, we're going to get these little pockets. It may not be a widespread 60, 70 mile per hour, but we're going to have pockets of 60 plus. It may not be a long line of it. But severe thunderstorm warning for Indianapolis, west side of the metro. And then we've got a storm that's not severe technically over Noblesville and Tipton and Kokomo. Those are now sub-severe up to the north. And then obviously the big game in town and the big concern is this supercell, tornadic supercell over the southern part of the state. Let's get the lightning data turned off, and it just sticks out like a sore thumb right there.
Wind's picking up on that Lagodi camera.
Yeah, take that Lagodi camera if you can, partner. Let's take a.
This is also saying they think the circulation is going to pass just west of Lagodi.
Just west, okay.
So it's going to pass right over 150, Highway 150, in between Cannelberg, right basically in between Montgomery and Lagodi. So we just got that latest radar scan, and that is the core of that rotation is crossing over 150 as we speak. It is lifting basically right through the city of Lagodi right now as far as where the peak shear is. The peak rotation crossing over the junction of 231 and 150.
Okay.
That's going to be lifting toward Dover Hill. Shoals. Shoals is just kind of east of this area, but if I had friends or family down in the Shoals area, certainly making sure that they are seeking shelter there. So this was the shear that I was talking about. This is where we take the rotation aspect of the storm and we sample where that peak rotation is located. So the fact that we are still seeing some of this kind of burgundy color showing up on our rotational scan, that's kind of where the core of that rotation is located, and it is lifting to the northeast. So we're thinking the track of this kind of just north and west of downtown Lagodi. So that's still a spot where I would certainly be in my safe zone. This is 231 here, this is 150. A lot of this pretty rural area, so the cities are kind of spaced out quite a bit here. With that being said, Bedford's located right here. So I think really anything within this swath between Bloomfield and Bedford, even as far south as Mitchell, we could certainly see some of the winds that were related with this storm here impacting those cities. So if we do see an extension of any warnings, I would be
Take
on
that
standby
Lagodi
here.
camera if you can.
Lagodi camera?
Yeah. It's starting to.
Yep. Yeah, I did a track on this at about 60, and again gets it into Bedford in about 23 minutes if it holds that speed that it's on. Also Lake Monroe, a little after 5 o'clock, again, if it holds the speed. Now, whether or not it's still going to be rotating, that is uncertain. It is rotating right now, and it is a confirmed tornado warning for the time being.
It's hard to tell on that camera, looking at it from a different source, but you can definitely tell the visibility has dropped there. The camera is shaking quite a bit and the trees are swaying.
Yeah.
Yeah, that camera is going to give us a good indication on when it is past the city as well, because we're going to notice a pretty quick drop off. Once the core of that storm moves through, we will likely see the rain stopping, the visibility coming back somewhat quickly because of just how these storms move. We'll know real quickly when that threat's over for that area. But this is still the time to be in your safe spot if you're over southern portions of Daviess County into Martin County as well.
I think there were also some power flashes there that I was looking at. It was certainly a more bluish color than just a couple of, again, I'm looking at a different source that looks slightly different from what you're seeing there, and has to be a little concerned.
Yeah, there you go. Good call, partner. So what we'll do is it's got the split box there. We've got the velocity. Let me circle this. So near Lagodi, watching the camera, and here we are at 4:38. There's a new radar image. 4:38 Saturday morning, and this is continuous coverage for a confirmed tornado warning that continues. Martin County, it's on the far southern periphery, but we've got Lawrence County in its path, and until this thing can show us that it's not circulating, we're just gonna have to watch this thing like a hawk here, and hopefully that.
And Weather Service also says they don't see the correlation coefficient, what we call the
yes.
CC. They're not seeing that drop off like they did earlier. So uncertain if the tornado is active at the moment, which would be great if it lifted right before it got to the to Lagodi.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes it works out that way, and that was our hope. We got to see how this thing's going to behave as it gets into Lawrence County. We've got an absolute deluge here right now in downtown Indianapolis, part of a severe thunderstorm warning that continues for the western part of western half of Marion County for another 5 minutes. We're going to see if we get an extension of that. Rob, have you seen, or Lindsay, have you seen anything in terms of wind reports with this?
No.
It's moving over us?
Nothing at the moment.
So we're just getting a good old-fashioned rain out of this.
So,
you can check the airport observations.
Yeah, all right. So what you're looking at on radar, that's the tornado warning.
45 in Greencastle wind gusts, but 28 in Indianapolis last hour.
So we've got Daviess and Martin counties go until 5. And then we've got the severe thunderstorm warning. We got 2 actually. That's over Indy right now. Let me switch over once again to the airport radar. Let me turn off these warnings so we can see it. And it's probably going to be a little diluted because the rain is over the radar site right now. And that's probably the case, but nothing crazy looking on radar at this time. I know a lot of folks might be waking up now with the storms that are now collapsing, and boy, once we make it through this, we're going to be shutting the severe threat down for the metro area. But the severe threat will continue over the southern and eastern corner of the state there, Lindsay, until we can get this axis out of the state.
There's still some broad rotation.
Yeah.
It's certainly not as impressive as it was when this was confirmed. We're talking about the tornado reports down in southern portions of Martin County and Davies counties. So this is just down near Lagodi, the one that we've been following. The past couple of radar scans do certainly look like they have weakened as far as the rotational aspect of that storm. So we're hoping that this is going to continue to be the trend. And it really has been as this line's been moving through the state. It really has shown signs of weakening. So all of our northernmost counties that were once in a warning, those have been allowed to expire outside of the metro. So this was basically the rotation that we were watching right here to the northeast of Lagodi now, and just kind of watching how this whole thing moved as it progressed pretty quickly off to the north. We lost that signature showing us where that peak rotation was located. But with that being said, I mean, there is still some rotating storms within this. So they have kept this warning that's going to be ongoing for Martin into portions of Lawrence County until 5 o'clock in the morning. So that's another 18 minutes or so. Noticing this zone here. So Lagodi now is in the clear. This is a pretty quick moving storm. We've had indication that it's moving anywhere from 65 to 70 miles per hour. And I flipped over from the Evansville camera into the Indianapolis area. So the view is a little more muddled, just given where this is located in the state and the fact that it's kind of in between two radar sites. But with that being said, we can still get some good indication if there is still some rotation going on with the storm. So it is encouraging kind of going back the past couple of radar scans and then putting that into motion, just kind of seeing that weakening as it lifts more so into our viewing area here in the Indianapolis metro. So this still is located kind of just to the west of Bedford. Still that 69 corridor in between Bedford and I-69, that's still kind of the zone here that if this does re-intensify, that's the direction that it is heading. But as of right now, hopefully the trend of this is to continue to fall apart. Now, as far as what's to come behind this, this is kind of the most intense part of this. Looking south of here, we've got pretty widespread severe thunderstorm warnings that are still posted, but this line overall, again, it's moving from west to east. So hopefully this is basically the end of it for these folks. And the worst of it is going to stay at bay to our south and then weaken for points north. So I'm going to put the radar back on and flip it off of the velocity mode. So that's basically the most intense storm that we are still following on radar right now. But again, that is likely going to continue to weaken. Everything's been allowed to expire in the Bloomington area. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning that's in effect right here, just moving into Martinsville right now. Pretty potent storm there. So this is where we're talking about that primary threat being the damaging wind gusts, where we could get some branches down that could potentially impact power lines and cause some isolated power outages in between Martinsville and Mooresville right now. But give it another 5 minutes or so. This is going to be out of Mooresville, and then everything basically west of there, you're in the clear as far as this line moving through now. Still got some heavy pockets of rain. Still got some thunder and lightning, some pretty strong embedded wind gusts. But as far as anything north of Marion County, all of those warnings have been allowed to expire as well. So again, we're going to continue to monitor this with you as we still see some rotation showing up on the radar, especially just to the north of Lagodi now, where we've got an ongoing tornado warning for this in northern Martin County now, and then just to the west of Bedford, where we've got a small sliver of Lawrence County that's also under that tornado warning right now.
Yeah, so let's take a moment just to kind of reset here. Again, if you're joining us, many of you have probably either been awake because of the storms, the ongoing lightning, or perhaps you have been awakened by what's been moving through. It does appear that from west to east, we're starting to see things improve, but we still have this line that is producing severe wind gusts, and it's also producing that tornadic cell that Lindsay's been keeping you apprised of. That does look to have improved, but we still have some time for some of the areas here, really from Indy down to where we were talking about to Lagodi, where we're concerned about that tornadic supercell that's kind of been developed, all to the east. That's where we still have that possibility for these storms to remain on the strong to severe side. Also giving Lindsay a little bit of a break because we do have our newscast coming up at 6 o'clock. And of course, we want to be able to put our forecast together because tomorrow may be another stormy day. Not so much here, although we could pick up that chance for severe storms. So let me show you what I'm tracking at the moment. Again, we still have the watch that's in play to the east, the eastern half of the state. Things are certainly improving. And a lot of what I've been watching, what I've been keeping my eye on is just how intense the rainfall is. Typically, with this type of situation, you have strong winds that are into the lower levels of the atmosphere, but not quite at the surface. And if you can get the heavy rain, as you see in some of these areas where the rain is coming down the heaviest, and I'll set this into motion so you can kind of see the motion of these storms. If you can get that rain to push some of the wind down to the surface, that's when we get some of those gusty winds able to kick up. And once we saw some of these heavy rain that kind of downbursts here really help to bring some of that wind gust to the surface. It's why we started to see those severe thunderstorm warnings issued for the metro area that are still going to be, the gusts are still going to be there, but maybe not quite at severe criteria. Our biggest concern right now, though, is that tornado warning that is still in place to our south. Again, it does appear that the storm is still, the tornado warning is ongoing. This tornado warning is going to be for Martin County until 5 a.m. Of course, we're going to stay with it through that. Will that be continued to extend? And again, Lindsay, if you've noticed anything that I've missed, make sure you chime in there. The rotation has certainly gotten a lot more broad than it was. We watched this as it moved through just to the west of Lagodi. We were really concerned. The signature was much stronger there. Now it's going to be moving farther to the north and east. And once it does so, we're concerned about areas downstream of that. So Bedford to Bloomington. Eventually, this will continue pushing to the north and east. Could we see this impact Columbus? Not necessarily at the same intensity. You know, we may not see this as that strong tornadic cell that we're looking at, and you can even see that rotation that's showing up on radar. Again, the circulation is certainly much more broad, but as this approaches Bedford, probably going to pass to the north of Bedford, although you'll still see some of the heavy rain from that. The good news is that it appears that it may have weakened quite a bit right before it got to Lagodi, but still certainly has caused some problems. And if it sounds like I'm pausing a little bit, it's because I'm also keeping an eye also on what Lindsay is watching with some of the cameras there. And I noticed the Lagodi camera was still on, the power was still on, which is some good news there. Looks like they've added an additional tornado warning just to the south here as well. That one is going to be for Orange County until, and it'll pop up there, 5:15. So there is still some rotation with some of the storms in the southern part of the state. Now that's the only part of the state that really has the leftover dynamics. Areas really to the west of, say, Indianapolis on the west side of town, all the way up to Lafayette, you've cooled down quite a bit. The tornado watch is starting to be trimmed back, and all of this is going to continue pushing east. So once this cluster of storms moves by, I think if you're west of Indianapolis, things should calm down for at least the remainder of the morning. Now, we do have a chance to pick up another chance for more storms as we get into this afternoon, but most of the dynamics may have shifted farther to the south, meaning we won't have the severe chance that we're looking at right now. Let me set that radar into motion so you can kind of see how the cluster of storms is continuing to push through. Last I checked, I did not see any severe gusts with the warnings that were currently out, or that were just recently out, I should say, across parts of the metro. The gusts were there. Were they severe criteria? They were getting close. That's why the Weather Service warned for it, but we didn't necessarily see that. I'm going to switch over to the velocity again just to zoom in pretty close, and I'm going to remove that information. You can still see that we do have, is that a new severe thunderstorm warning that was just repopulated there?
Looks like, yeah, they've canceled the one that included Hendricks County and they've moved it a little farther east.
Okay, so this one really is going to include almost the entire Marion County area, with maybe the exception of the Traders Point area up in the far northwest corner. Also includes down to Greenwood, almost to Martinsville, probably just very northern edge of Martinsville for the possibility of some gusty winds. And let me just very quickly see if I can get a little bit more information on that. I just want to make sure that I having the correct information.
Yeah, it's for wind gusts.
Wind gusts, yeah. Wanted to make sure. We did have some reports of hail. There was some pea-sized hail earlier in Hendricks County with some of the storms that came through, but not seeing nearly. And I can tell you here, looks like they've now got the tornado warning into Monroe County. So let me just quickly move down. It looks like they're going to extend.
Yep, till 5:15 looks like.
Okay, so the continuation of the storm that, again, we've been tracking that moved just to the west of Lagodi is now going to continue moving to the north and east, and they've now extended that for Lawrence, for Martin, and for Monroe County. That is going to go until 5:15. Correct?
That's correct.
Yes.
Yep.
Till 5:15. So again, the storm still has the rotation. I'm going to see if I can switch over. And again, Lindsay, if you want to pick it back up, feel free.
Yeah, we can take it back now. We're still waiting for that polygon to populate, and there it was. It just popped up. So at this point, it is just radar indicated. We have not confirmed that the previous confirmed tornado sustained. It did look like this storm cycled, and if it's still producing a tornado, it's just not confirmed. So this does on radar show us some rotation, which is why they've continued this tornado warning. It now includes basically the city of Bedford. It's kind of right there on the extent of this warning polygon. But we still do see some rotation, and it's lifting still at 65 miles per hour off to the northeast. So as we kind of zoom in here, you can still see that we've got these reds and these greens. And that's a good indication that the closer they are coupled together, the better indication that there is still some ongoing rotation. It just is a matter of at what point of the cloud level is that rotation happening? Is it happening close to the surface to where we would actually get that tornado report? Is it happening just above the surface? So that's basically what we're watching out for right now. Where is this rotation located? Because it's certainly indicated on radar. So this is a new tornado warning. It was extended from the same storm cell that moved through Lagodi. It now includes south central Monroe County, northeastern Martin County, and then northern Lawrence County until 5:15 for the potential of a rotating thunderstorm that could produce a tornado. So basically, if you are anywhere within this zone between Bedford, Ulitic, Guthrie, this is also some very strong winds kind of on the leading edge of that, tracking northeast. So we're talking southern portions of Monroe County, basically tracking toward Lake Monroe if this does sustain. So that is the general direction that this storm is moving. I want to put a tracker on the leading edge of this just to give you a better idea of what cities it is set to impact if its path remains the same. And it basically has. So I'm going to track basically the center part of that rotation. And it's moving rapidly at 65 miles per hour. So it is lifting off to the northeast, and it's going to be moving through a pretty rural part of the state where there's not a lot of cities in that. So I'll actually need to zoom out a little bit. So lifting in between basically this storm cell. I do believe it's going to go south of Bloomington, some more so southern portions of Monroe County, and then holding together as it makes its way through southern portions of Brown County and then toward Columbus. Again, should it sustain itself with the current rotation that it is indicating on radar right now. So that's the latest track on this. Again, it does at this point, Rob, look like it still has some signs of rotation on radar.
Yeah, and a couple of things here. Also noting it's broader than it was at one point, so the rotation has certainly gotten broader. However, we're also starting to see the wind field maybe pick up across the entire area as Indianapolis just gusted to 45 knots, which is around, 52 miles per hour or so, if my calculations are correct. So we still have some concern. So not only am I worried, really there's two areas that I'm tracking. One is the tornado warning, and that's our biggest concern, and this is the one that's farther to the south, but then also tracking what's moving through Indianapolis at the moment, and that is the one that is producing some pretty gusty winds. A lot of lightning with this. Many of you are probably hearing the lightning. And keep in mind, depending on the community that you're in, as the the severe thunderstorm warnings get issued, if we are under a tornado watch, certain communities will sound the sirens. So remember, if you're hearing sirens, it may be because we are in a tornado watch, but there has been a severe thunderstorm warning that is issued. And essentially, if you're in the metro right now, there's a severe thunderstorm warning that's in play. It does not include Zionsville, Whitestown, maybe up to Carmel, Noblesville at the moment, Fishers, the south side maybe here, but really it's the Indianapolis, all of Marion County for the most part. There's one sliver in the northwestern part of the county that this cell it's really moving across really the southern part through central, really downtown Indianapolis, and producing some gusty winds. Again, let's kind of tell you the two things that we're tracking here. The one is the cell here that we're going to keep our eye on, but then also it's the tornado warned cell that's farther to the south that Lindsay has really been keeping a close eye on, because that is the one that has had a history of having a confirmed tornado. And we have, I believe, a couple of tornado warned cells there. Looks like some rotation. And also, Lindsay, the one thing I'm noticing, and I'm going to try to get in a little closer there. Let me see if I can just maneuver very quickly here. Bear with me just one moment, because what I'm noticing is we talked about this a little bit earlier in the night, what we call bookend vortexes, bookend vortices. If you look at this almost as like a line pushing forward, the two ends of it are having a little bit of spin to them, and that's where we have those two tornado warnings. The one that is moving just to the west of Bedford, to the north and west of Bedford, and it looks like they've now also issued a severe thunderstorm warning to essentially account for that entire line, that exact line that I'm looking at. That was going to go until 5:30, which will include Jackson County. It's going to include Bedford, even the part that's not necessarily in the tornado warning, which will go until 5:15. The farther south tornado warning that I've been talking about also goes until 5:15. This is going to be for Washington. Again, it's more of a line, but the two ends, I kind of made the analogy earlier, it's like putting an oar through the water when you're kind of rowing a boat. When you push that oar through the water, you get the little swirls that develop, and that may be one of the things that's happening there. Lindsay?
Yeah, we've got a lot of folks in Monroe County and Bloomington that watch and are watching right now, because I see your post and your questions showing up on our live stream and our feed. So we do just want to kind of bring it back to the Bloomington area and show you kind of where the core or the most intense part of that storm is currently located. And it is south of Monroe County. So now we're into northern portions of Lawrence County, and this is where that rotation is being indicated. Okay, so there's Bedford. So it's just west, slightly northwest of the city of Bedford, and it will track north of Bedford, basically right up the middle of this polygon, to the northeast at 65 miles per hour. So if you can follow where you believe that track to continue, and this has been basically the track that it's been headed on ever since it initiated down near Lagodi. That's going to be basically right here in this zone where Monroe County meets up with southern portions of Brown County, and then continuing to track through the very northern extent of Lawrence County, so just to the north of Bedford. So we are awaiting the next radar scan basically to see if this holds together, and there it just came in, and it does look like it is starting to weaken again. So the rotation would be basically right here up the corridor. This is State Road 37 near Avoca. And then north of here is Red Hill, and then Dark Hollow. So basically this zone right here is where we would see that rotation, which looks like it's tracking just to the northern extent of Bedford. But the good news is it does look like this most recent radar scan shows signs of the rotation weakening. So hopefully that will be the trend. It doesn't pick up on any additional energy and re-intensify. That would be the hope. But again, should this hold together, it looks like it's going to track continuously through here, and then perhaps if it holds together closer to Columbus. So if you are again watching us from Bloomington, you're certainly, real quick, put the radar back on. If you are watching us in Bloomington, you certainly have a very strong thunderstorm moving through right now, which is probably very loud. We've got this very heavy rain that could lead to some small hail as well, moving through Bloomington as we speak. But as far as where that rotation is located, it is south of Monroe County. So that's going to track closer, kind of looks like the very southern extent of of Lake Monroe and then eventually on into the Columbus area. I know we've got a lot of folks that are down in Nashville that watch us as well, perhaps camping, keeping an eye on the weather there. Nothing is warned in that zone yet. Now, not to say that there won't be an extended severe thunderstorm warning on the northern extent of that tornado warning. It's not active right now, but that storm is certainly packing a punch. And this is really interesting on radar, Rob, as you're pointing out. We've got this small kind of vortex that's kind of embedded itself within this cluster right here, and that's been the track of that rotation. Very interesting signature there on radar.
And it's nice that the circulation is certainly broader than it was. I agree with you. I was kind of thinking ahead to downstream, and you mentioned maybe Columbus, but I'm also concerned maybe about parts of Brown County as well, because at some point this is going to move through the southern part of Brown County, maybe south of Nashville, maybe splitting the distance here between Nashville and Columbus if this cell is held together. And it has held together since when it was down into Illinois, really. And there's the two warnings that you were talking about. Really, I think they're both ends of that bookend that we were talking about.
Yeah, kind of right here. This is the past 15 minutes. I mean, that's how quickly it's moving. It's completely cleared out of Martin County, and now it's clearing northern portions of Lawrence County, and it's weakening as well. So we just got another radar update. It does look like this, the rotation signature is starting to weaken as well.
Yeah, and the other thing I'm also noticing is that I know we've been focusing on where we see the rotation, but there also appears to be some pretty strong winds kind of to the south and east of where we're talking about that rotation. Sometimes we talk about this kind of inflow jet out ahead of some of these storms. This would be just to the east of Bedford. We're talking about areas maybe over to right along US 50, over to Brownstown. These are the areas that I'm kind of tracking at the moment where they are still in the severe thunderstorm warning, and they are likely going to be seeing some very gusty winds, but they are between the two tornado warnings where you can kind of see some of those brightish green colors. That's where we're really watching. And of course, the tornado warning that we're most concerned about, that rotation is going to be located right about there. So you can see right where it's north of where it says Ulitic, maybe south of Guthrie. And I'd probably put it moving south and east of Guthrie before eventually moving through Lake Monroe. I think this will stay to your south, but gusty winds still going to be a concern. Let me put the radar back on just so you can see that. Definitely, if you're in Lake Monroe, you have a severe thunderstorm, as Lindsay's been telling you. I mean, look at how much heavy rain is coming down, and probably some hail as well. With many of these storms, we've started to see some hail pop up on radar, but the rotation is where we're most concerned about the possibility of the tornado.
And Rob, the NDOT 2 has our Bloomington camera up right now, and it's coming down in sheets here. I mean, this is a big jump from when we were just looking at this camera last time. I mean, this is basically the core of a very strong storm. I believe Bloomington is just shy of the severe parameters. But if you look at this, I mean, this is definitely something that you want to pay close attention to if you are in the Bloomington area, because this is obviously, if you're awake and up watching with us, just know that this is just below severe limits, but the potential is still there that we could see 50, 55 mile-per-hour wind gusts embedded within this. Obviously, the heavy rain as it continues to come down, that wind is blowing that rain across the 69 corridor, and then we've got the lightning that's off into the distance. So while the rotating storm, and it does look like the strongest of this line of storms is just south of Bloomington, I mean, this is the picture as these kind of roll through the state. I mean, these could potentially cause some power outages. And I did real quickly want to check on our power outage map because it is starting to extend. Now into Marion County, we're seeing about 1,000 outages being reported. Down in Bloomington, that's starting to increase. We've got anywhere from 100 to 500 being reported there. And then, of course, just the western tier of the state seeing some higher numbers of power outages because that's where most of these storms have been rolling through. So as we go through the next few hours, I know if you're patiently awaiting over on the eastern side of the state, you know, are we still anticipating this being a severe event for us? We are still watching that other side because that's where we still got a temperature of 69 degrees in Muncie. It's 70 in Shelbyville. Just back behind this, temperatures are pretty quickly dropping off. Got a lot of 50s behind that as that severe threat comes to an end. Again, as that line moves through, Bloomington has now dropped down to about 64 degrees. And over the next several hours, this is going to continue to move off to the east. So we'll still want you to be weather aware here for these impacts that are going to continue through the morning before another round of those showers and thunderstorms roll through again tonight. So we've got a pretty active setup here still over the next 24 hours or so. And I wanted to quickly take you back to this camera in Bloomington, show you what it actually looks like down there along that 69 corridor. And then as far as what that's looking like on radar, where that warning is just to the south of warning is just to the south of Bloomington. And looks like they are are they extending that tornado warning? It looks
I
like
believe
they cut
they're
off
just
the
trimming
tail
it.
end.
They're trimming it back as the storm moves past. And there was a gust recently just at the Indy airport to 52 miles per hour. So the gusts within the storms that are in the metro are strong as well. I have not seen any storm reports come in south of this tornado warned cell. That's an intense little peak in the winds there you're looking at, I'm noticing.
Right here.
The bright green spot that, yeah, people are probably wondering what that is. It's definitely broader circulation for sure.
Yeah, and that just kind of goes to show you how these wind gusts evolve around these severe thunderstorms. You get outside of some rotating storms and you're still going to have the potential of some straight line wind damage, 50 to 60 mile per hour wind gusts, which would put this at severe limits and would reissue a severe thunderstorm warning in place of a tornado warning if we do lose that rotation aspect, but the radar still picks up on the potential of those very strong wind gusts. So this is going to be in effect for portions of southern Monroe County. That's that ongoing tornado warning until 5:15. So we're within about 10 minutes of that expiring. And I do believe this will expire because the last several radar scans now have showed that the couplet and the rotation aspect has certainly weakened. And I can flip that over and put our shear rate on. And without picking up on really anything becoming more widespread, there's still a little bit of rotation there just in the very southern extent of Monroe County. Yeah, it's really weakened here within the past 15 minutes.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they will extend it farther to the north and east, likely into Brown County. If that happens, that's going to be the concern. They've also trimmed back the severe thunderstorm warning that is for the metro area. This is really going to be more on the east side of town. It's the severe thunderstorm warning that you're looking at right here. That is going to go, let me go back to it and bring it up until 5:15, but you can see they've taken out really from the downtown area and points to the west over to, say, Brownsburg, Plainsfield, Avon. Those areas are no longer in the warning. You're still in the watch, but as the radar, and I'll put the radar on so that you can see it, as the radar will show you, we're starting to see things begin to clear from west to east. As the storms move east, they use up all of the energy, and that really kind of takes the severe threat down until tomorrow, when we may pick up the chance for more storms to develop. Now, farther to the south, when you look at the cell that we've been watching with the tornado warning, that is quite a different story. It is still holding together, and there's still a lot of energy on the right side of your screen there, say in Columbus, Seymour, Greensburg, Nashville, where we have not used any of that atmosphere just yet. So that cell, that tornado warned cell, still has some warm dynamic atmosphere. Lindsay's been talking a lot about the dynamics. Those are still there in those areas. Farther to the north, things are starting to cool down. The temperatures have dropped quite a bit. So still some dynamics, but we don't have all the parameters in place, unlike what we're looking at farther to the south. While I have this view on, I do want to go and take a look very quickly at the storm relative velocity just to see that last bit of scan, and I'll go to the now just to see. I think the couplet is about to escape the polygon, although you have a different view of it over there where it's a little bit more highlighted from what we're seeing. And if they want to go over to Lindsay, because I think she's got the real intense view of it.
So it's left the polygon area. So the active warning that does include southern portions of Monroe County, northern Lawrence County, it has now cleared that zone. It's just a matter of, and I've got the Weather Service pulled up here, if they're going to extend that tornado warning based on what they're currently seeing on radar. I want to zoom in a little closer here just to give you an idea of where that warning would be issued. It would be extended into Brown County. it would be extended into
They are
the rest of southern Monroe County.
disregard.
Disregard, okay. So this is still an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30 there for northern portions of Jackson County. I could see this little sliver as well being included if they continue this tornado warning and then into the Columbus area, including Nashville, Indiana. So Lake Monroe, that's kind of, okay, so there's the new warning, and it is not a tornado.
Severe.
They continued with just the severe thunderstorm warning labeling. We'll read kind of what they're saying here with the latest warning that was just issued. Just a continued severe threat. They're focusing more so south of the Indy metro and the fact that there is still the anticipation of strong to severe storms that are going to continue mainly south of the I-70 corridor. So basically this whole stretch that we've been monitoring for you here, this is going to be the primary area that will be of concentration as the farther north those storms have weakened along the line pretty significantly. So no warnings active there. As far as where the warnings are active, this is the newest one. So this would be that tornado warning is likely to expire here within the next 3 minutes. So we've got this new severe thunderstorm warning that was issued for Brown County until 6 a.m. This will go into Bartholomew County and then include the city of Seymour as well down into Jackson County. For the next, this will be another 45 minutes. Severe thunderstorm warning area. So this tornado warning going to expire here momentarily. Still the zone of caution that we are watching is if this right here, so basically right over Lake Monroe as we speak, if that continues to hold together and we continue to see some rotation there, perhaps we could get another tornado warning issued, but all signs kind of point to that being less of a rotating storm and this turning into a storm cell that still has those parameters that would keep it a severe thunderstorm warning. Very intense reflectivity there over Lake Monroe right now.
Yeah, and just to reset, because again, we're coming up on the end of that tornado warning, just wanted to mention that we still do have the severe thunderstorm warning on the eastern side of Indianapolis. By the way, wind gusts just recently reported south of the city, on the south side of the city, I should say, about 3 miles south of, it's listed as 3 miles south of Monument Circle, so the center of the city, to 60 miles per hour. That was estimated by a spotter. So some of these storms, as they move through, even in the metro, are still producing some pretty gusty winds, and that's why we still have that severe thunderstorm warning in play at least for another minute and a half or so, minute and 15 seconds. We'll see if that's going to be extended farther to the north and east. We do still have very heavy rain going on there, and then we also have the very large, my goodness, severe thunderstorm warning that's been issued to now cover.
They're going to upgrade that.
They're going to upgrade that?
To tornado warning, yeah.
Okay.
It's just coming in as we speak. This is going to be a new tornado warning for radar indicated rotation, and that does include southeastern Monroe County. This is going to, I believe the polygon's going to pop up here momentarily. It takes a couple seconds to get from the Weather Service into our sources. So this is going to be for southeastern Monroe County, Brown County, basically the entire county. This will be into Bartholomew County, southwestern Bartholomew County, northeastern Lawrence County, and then northwestern Jackson County. So there's that new polygon that just popped on. You can see the continuation of basically where we were watching that rotation. Wasn't going to hold together. Regardless, this is the most intense part of the storm right here. You can see that where it's kind of like pink even on the radar.
Yeah, and it's also just a note. It seems to be a much larger, a much wider tornado warning polygon. And I think part of the issue that the Weather Service and all of us as meteorologists are analyzing the radar and seeing is that the circulation is broad. So with a broader circulation, you really need to account for that. And it's one of the reasons why I think the tornado polygon is much wider as it now approaches Columbus, approaches Nashville. And we'll be watching to see if that couplet is going to tighten up quite a bit. Let me go and show you very quickly while I have that on screen. You can see, I mean, the really tight rotation, and I'll zoom in. I'll put it in the center of the screen and zoom in, is east of Lake Monroe now. now. You can just see the new update just came in. Elkinsville, just to your west, really over the town where it says Young. This is still moving to the north and east. Did you have a storm motion on that, Lindsay?
55.
55.
Yeah,
thank you.
northeast at 55.
So probably will likely stay south of downtown Nashville, but certainly going to impact Brown County for sure, as it's already doing. And then looking downstream, I'm just kind of looking ahead here to, say, Columbus, parts of Bartholomew County, where we're expecting some impacts. And keep in mind, even if you're not where the center of that couplet is that we're talking about, it is a very large cell. The severe thunderstorm warning really encompasses several counties, probably 7 or 8 counties for sure, because the wind field with this is going to be well outside of that tornado warning box that you see. And to be honest, looking at it, some of the strongest returns that are showing up are actually outside of the tornado warning. And this may be where we're starting to see some hail coming down. We did see some hail with some of these storms. It was not quite as large as what we had seen, as these were maybe near St. Louis or farther to the south, but we have still seen some hail with these, and wouldn't be surprising to see on the north side of the lake if they were seeing some hail coming down with this, just because of that strong return. It's also likely very heavy rain as well. And also to mention this, for many of you, putting the lightning on, look at the lightning. I mean, it has been quite an electrical set of storms that have swept across the entire area. So many of you may have been awakened by some of the lightning, or perhaps by the sirens from the tornado warning that's now in place, that's going to be in place for Brown County, and then eventually just encompassing the west side of Columbus. We've been tracking this all morning. We are approaching coming up on 5:18 this morning, still watching ongoing severe thunderstorms, which include the tornadoes that are embedded within that line. This is what we expected. We knew that through about 6 a.m. we'd be tracking these storms as they move through. Things are quieting down from west to east, but if you're, say, east of Bloomington, you still have some time here. Columbus, Seymour, Greensburg, Connersville, we're looking at the possibility of still severe storms, including tornadoes, in the one tornado warning that we're tracking. Lindsay, I noticed you have, we pulled up one of the traffic cameras there near Bloomington. We were just mentioning that. I think this area where we're seeing this traffic camera is probably seeing the worst of it move through.
Right, yeah, so just wanted to kind of let everyone in the clear know they're in the clear. So down in Bedford, it has all moved out. For your area over in Bloomington, it has cleared. It's basically now clearing the very southeastern extent of Monroe County. Just to getting some reports, this is from everyone in the chat. Really appreciate giving us this information, saying that they are hearing sirens in Columbus, Indiana. Columbus basically on the very eastern extent, kind of just outside that warning polygon. But again, good idea if you are in the Columbus area, back all throughout Brown County into the northern extent of this track, again, moving at about 55 miles per hour. That's what I put this track on. Good timing, especially just because we're in the overnight hours. Everyone's kind of waking up with us as these storms are moving through, and we want you just to be in your safe spot. So that's where I would be, in my safe spot, in this trajectory of where the core of that storm is moving. So we're looking at about 5:31 into the Columbus area. So that's just a little over 10 minutes from now. And then potentially on into Shelbyville just before the 6 o'clock hour, and then just after 6 a.m. If it does hold together, Rushville's going to be in this zone. So I know if you are in eastern Indiana, you've been up with us. We've been talking a lot about western Indiana, central parts of the state, southern. Now it is kind of moving into the eastern tier of the state. But that was anticipated. This was kind of a west to east moving line of storms. And the timing of this is really not ideal because most of us are sleeping and we're disrupting your sleep if you're up watching us now. But it is, of course, better just to be prepared because we still got some active storms out there as we speak. So I'm going to take the tracker off and then get back to the radar and just give you an update of where we currently have these ongoing warnings. So Brown County going to be under this until 5:45 as the basically the core of that storm, the most intense part, is now just south of the city of Nashville. And it is going to track over, that's State Road 46 right there. So tracking toward that. Do believe Columbus is going to be just outside of the main intense part of that storm, but still wouldn't want to mess with it. I would certainly still be in my safe place if I'm over in Columbus. And then that warning for Bartholomew County, also same part of that polygon there, that's going to run until 5:45. It does look like they have dropped Monroe County from the tornado warning as anticipated because the core of that storm has moved out. But as I put the actual radar back on, you can see that basically the strongest part of that has now cleared. Bloomington, it has now crossed over into Brown County, and then Nashville going to be getting hit pretty hard here. And then it's the southern extent, so just to the south of Nashville, where that rotation is currently showing up. But still, this storm is packing quite a bit of a punch, and we could certainly see some wind damage out of even the northern extent of the storm that's not rotating, even north of the city of Nashville. So Brown County kind of getting the thick of it as we speak, and then going to be lifting just to the north of Columbus here momentarily.
Yeah, so what I want to do is I want to try to get in as close as possible. Now, I've been hesitant to do that, and you may be saying, get in close. I want to see where this is. Can you show us where the couplet is? I've been a little hesitant because we are a good ways away from the radar. So oftentimes when we're this far away from where the radar is located, farther to the north, it's up very close to Plainfield. It's going to be located in this general area. That's where the radar dish is located. So you're talking about a distance here of where the tornado potential signature is of 40 miles or so. We don't get the best view as if it were right next to the tornado. So I've been hesitant to get in as close as possible, but using what we do know, I do want to try to get in as close as possible to show you where we could possibly have that rotation. So Camp Roberts here, Gnawbone, I think generally what the couplet is implying is that we've got winds moving away from the radar here, we've got winds moving towards the radar here, so somewhere in this general vicinity, and this goes back to the kind of large size of this tornado polygon, somewhere within that vicinity we can imply that there is a circulation. Now where is the exact tornado on the ground? If there is one, it's difficult to tell from the data that we have within the radar. But if you're in Gnawbone, Clarksdale, Stony Lonesome here, Bethany, Lake on the Green, Pikes Peak, these are the areas where the rotation, the broad rotation of the thunderstorm, the rotating thunderstorm could be producing a tornado. Eventually this is going to be moving through Mount Liberty here, getting in really close here. I'm trying to show as many of these roads so that you'll know these areas. Bellsville, Pike is one of the areas that we're going to be concerned about. And even if that rotation doesn't go necessarily directly over you, these areas are likely going to see some gusty winds, A, from the thunderstorm, but B, from potentially the inflow if there is one of these rotating thunderstorms. And then just to show you out ahead of that, the area where the storm is moving, it's going to be moving generally in that direction. So just to get in a little bit closer to show you the west side of Columbus, as Lindsay's been telling you, we think really this is probably going to stay west and eventually move north of Columbus, but we'll have to continue to watch it. Also, maybe North Park and probably getting in close here. We'll have to see. I'm going to be a little hesitant because it's outside of the tornado warning box to see where it may impact Interstate 65. Excuse me. But we're starting to see stronger, how can I say this clearly? The wind returns that are showing up on radar and the velocity there, the bright greens, the bright reds, those are showing up more intensely than perhaps the last few scans, but the circulation is still very broad. What Lindsay and I are looking at when we look at this radar image, this is different from just the reflectivity, which is how heavy the rain is or how heavy the hail is coming down. This is going to show winds. It's depicting winds in a direction. And what we look for, where we're seeing whether or not this is strengthening or weakening, is how tight or how close together are those bright reds and bright greens. And right now, they're not terribly close together, but we're also far enough away from the radar that broad circulation could imply that there is a tornado on the ground, hence the tornado warning from the National Weather Service. This is going to be, again, east of Nashville. You still have gusty winds possible in Nashville and really in all of this area in Brown County over to Columbus. Even if that center of circulation doesn't go through, just consider that you're likely going to have some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as the storm moves on by. but the center of circulation where the tornado warning is most concerning looks to move very close to Gnawbone right now, and then just to the east of there, maybe Clarksdale. Let me get in a little bit closer here. Georgetown Road. This is in, again, the far eastern side of Brown County. I'll try to get in a little bit closer, see if any of the additional roads pop up. Hoover Road. These are the areas where the circulation is likely going to move very close. And then once we cross over the county line, Hickam Road, Gravel Road, these are areas where that center of circulation could get pretty close to moving through. At the very least, you're going to have a very strong thunderstorm move through. Lindsay, what have you been noticing?
Yeah, well, I've got a lot of questions because we have a pretty strong storm moving through Muncie right now. So this is north. And the reason we haven't really been talking a lot about it is because it's under severe limits. So I know we've got a lot of folks watching us up near Delaware County, and I don't want to discount let me put this on over here. I don't want to discount the storm moving through Muncie because it's obviously packing a punch. We've got very heavy rainfall. You're going to see frequent lightning. We're going to see wind gusts in excess of 40 to 50 miles per hour moving through basically Hartford City down through Muncie right now. But all of the parameters showing up on radar indicate that this particular line is below that severe threshold. So there is no active warning for Muncie, places like Anderson. I know that it sounds very loud and you're up with us early this morning and concerned about your neighborhood. We are concerned as well. And we do want you to know that basically Newcastle North, even though it looks pretty intense on radar, that it is below severe limits. So that's basically why we're primarily focusing on southern Indiana, where we still do have some rotating storms. Want to take this down into the metro, had some questions about the Indianapolis downtown area, the 465 loop in Marion County. Also now in the clear, the most intense part of the line has moved out of the metro area, now tracking near Greenfield, just to the south of Newcastle. But again, all of that just below that severe threshold. So no active warning currently in effect for anything really along this stretch. I do have a camera in Franklin that I wanted to show you because it is raining pretty hard there right now. This is I-65 State Road 44. And then this is I-65 State Road 46. So this camera, I believe, that one is in, this one is down in Columbus, Indiana. So 65, Columbus now kind of getting the leading edge of that severe thunderstorm, warned storm moving into that area now. So certainly noticing the rainfall rate intensifying. And then that other camera, this was at I-65 State Road 44. This is the one that is located in Franklin. So the wind obviously picking up here. Looks like the heaviest of the rain is starting to dwindle out of this area as we speak. So I did just want to kind of take you on a tour across the entire central Indiana stretch because I know folks are up in the middle of the night. You want to get back to bed. You want to know if it's safe. But the Indianapolis Metro, it is clear. No active warnings north of I-70, and you have to go south of Franklin to get into the warnings that are currently ongoing in southern Indiana. So that's just kind of a recap across the state. Do again want to keep you updated with what we're watching down in Brown County because this is where we've still got that active tornado warning going to be in effect at least for the next 15 minutes or so. And that extends outside of the tornado warning as a severe thunderstorm warning. And that includes southern portions of Decatur County and then Bartholomew County. And that runs all the way through 6 o'clock in the morning. And it also runs all the way south to Vienna, which is down into Scott County. So just kind of accounting for the leading edge of that line that's still tracking west to east across the state. We knew this was going to be an all basically overnight into the early morning hours of Saturday event, and that's certainly how it's playing out. But as far as this storm here, this does have a history of producing a tornado down near Lagodi, Indiana. That was about 45 minutes or so ago. So the primary thing we're watching is just seeing if this rotation is going to pick back up. It does look like there's some weak signs of that still happening just to the west of Columbus. So this is lifting northeast at 55 miles per hour. We're still going to continue to watch northern portions of Bartholomew County, kind of just to the north and northwest of Columbus. of Hope, and then potentially, if this holds together, going to potentially impact southern portions of Shelby County within the next 45 minutes to an hour.
Yeah, and I think most of that rotation that you're tracking there is likely now moving out of Brown County, almost completely now into Bartholomew County. But let me take you in to show you what we're tracking. There's the larger view. Once you get a little farther to the south, you start to notice, one thing sticks out, and it is that one large cell that we've been tracking. Let me put the velocity back on, and the reason why, again, is we're looking for those areas of bright green and bright red that are very close to each other. Or if we do see some of these brighter colors, that's where the winds could be very intense. The county line, and again, I'll point this out so you can see it. The county line, it may be a little difficult to see, is right there. So now the couplet, and when I say couplet, I mean red and green put together there. That's what we're looking at. That's where the center of circulation is least indicated by radar or implied by radar. That's where we could see the circulation close to the ground. It's why the tornado warning is out. As Lindsay's been saying, looks to stay west and likely move north of Columbus because it's on a northeast trajectory here. Let me take that off and get in even closer just to give you some street names here because that's what most of us are familiar with. Sometimes on a map, it's not as easy to see. We're talking about County Road West, 500 West, 325 West, 265 north, that turns into a Hickam Road. We're looking at Baker Hollow. And again, I like to just call these out so that if you're in these areas, you know this is what's moving through. Georgetown Road. Now that's where the circulation is right now, but let me take you farther to the north. And you see we're running into that red line, which is the end of the tornado polygon. So some of the areas that we're looking at here is North County Road 500, Lowell Road. Then this is in Bartholomew County. This is north and west of Columbus. And then the large line that you see on your screen there doesn't have a label, but that is going to be Interstate 65 that eventually crosses with 31. So will it hold together? Will the Weather Service continue to issue for that rotation? It's certainly looking broader. Lindsay, you're giving me a thumbs down.
Yeah.
Did you get some new information on that?
Yeah, just a little bit ago, NWS saying that they're not anticipating issuing a downstream tornado warning at this time because the circulation does remain broad. And we did have some questions regarding this. No, it is not an active tornado on the ground. This is all radar indicated at this point. I did have some folks that were down in Brown County and into Bartholomew County asking that question. So the warnings that the National Weather Service continues to issue have been based off of radar indicated rotation. We have not had any confirmed reports of tornadoes since this storm cell was way down in southern portions of Martin County and Daviess County. So we're talking south of Washington, Indiana, near Lagodi, Indiana, where this storm initially came from. That's the last confirmed tornado on the ground from this. Since then, it has lifted, and it's basically going through cycles. We have not had any other reports of this actually impacting the ground since it kind of lifted near Lagodi. So that's where that stands right now, radar indicated.
Yeah, and one quick note for those that may have been watching us or perhaps weren't watching us at that point, just want you to watch the radar here. This is over the last couple of hours or so, and when this resets, look at the bottom left of your screen. You'll notice the red boxes, which we often show you with tornado warnings, but in our computer system, if there is a confirmed tornado warning, as you're seeing there, it flashes that pink or lavender color with the black, and that's where the National Weather Service says, yes, this has been confirmed. We have confirmed reports of a tornado. You can see that's as it was approaching Lagodi, and then it was more radar indicated, and that's what we've been seeing with the rotation since it has exited Lagodi. So the signal is there on radar, but we don't have any confirmation of it. Still want to caution you, treat it as it's a tornado warning, as if there is one on the ground, because keep in mind, it is 5:30 in the morning, it is dark, tornadoes can't be spotted as easily overnight. We just don't get the ground truth as easily as if it were during the day, so I don't want you to necessarily disregard it. Just make sure you understand what we are looking at and how that relates to what you're looking at right now. So likely will not see that tornado warning extended. However, still know that there is a lot of really gusty wind. And let me just set the radar back into the current state and just kind of take a little bit of a jog in here. It's been one heck of a lightning storm for many of you overnight. There's been quite a lot of frequent lightning. I'm going to put the lightning on so you can see, especially with this storm. And you also notice they just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one's going to go and cover parts of Bartholomew County, eventually all the way up into Rush County for those gusty winds. That strong cell, and I'll turn off the lightning so that you can see what we're talking about here. Once I remove the lightning underneath that, this very intense return on the radar, this is the traditional radar view that we show you, where we just actually look at how intense the rain is. Lindsay, what you got there? Show me.
N.1 right now. This is Franklin.
If they're able to pull that up, yeah.
Woo! Check that out.
And we've noticed with both of these with these storms that have been happening all night. By the way, notice the vehicles with their flashers on. Lightning, you're going to notice a lot of that. The lightning has been prolific. These have been extremely electrical storms. The power outages have probably been, that we have seen so far, have probably been from both winds but also from the lightning aspect of this storm. It's continuing to move to the northeast, and they've been moving at a pretty good clip. When you have the heavy rains, like what you're seeing right there on your screen, when you have those very heavy rains, not only is it just transporting water, the rain, but it's also transporting some of the energy in the atmosphere down to the surface. So that's why where we do have the intense gusty winds, that's where it's because of those very strong, heavy downpours able to transport some of that wind that may be aloft in the mid-levels or lower levels of the atmosphere actually down to the surface. And you're seeing it there in those sheets of rain. And it's in these areas that we're looking at here. You said that was a camera near Franklin, is that correct?
Yeah, yep, moving through Franklin, State Road 44, I-65, and then the other camera I was watching is down in Columbus, which is I-65 at State Road 44. They basically look the same. This is just, again, kind of like one long line that's from Franklin down to Columbus and all in between. It's crossing over the 65 corridor right now, and it's creating these conditions where it's going to be very difficult to drive. I mean, we could potentially see up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts within this. Visibility is going to be reduced, and obviously this frequent lightning. I mean, this is going to waterlog roads as well.
And something to mention, you mentioned the difficulty driving with the gusty winds. Look at the orientation here. It's hard to tell until you get some of those bright flashes of light, but the winds are going to be out of the west. These are going to be strong west winds that move through with these storms. Interstate 65 runs north-south, so that's a strong crosswind. So if you're that tractor trailer that just moved through, as we saw in Texas and Oklahoma earlier in the day today with 60 to 80-mile-per-hour winds, that's going to make travel dangerous. And you see a lot of folks have their emergency flashers on just because of the heavy rain, more than likely, but they may be surprised by those wind gusts that pick up, as often some of the semi-trailer drivers are often caught off guard by some of those gusty winds. And that's exactly what we're looking at there in the radar signature. Still has a little bit of that circulation signature to it, but definitely not as strong as it was before. But just prolific lightning that's continuing with these. The gusty winds are part of the severe thunderstorm warning that is still ongoing. That one is going to go into effect until 6:15. Now, keep in mind, at 6 o'clock, we typically begin our newscast coverage. So there will be a transition period here as we get through the next 23 minutes or so to kind of prepare you for our 6 o'clock newscast that will likely include some severe weather coverage, but also, of course, the news of the day, and then setting us up for the forecast, which includes the possibility of more storms later in the day today, but then also a dramatic change in the forecast as we look to Sunday, where the temperatures are significantly going to drop here. Let's go back and let me kind of zoom out just a bit here, take you to a larger picture, because Lindsay mentioned something and she's been really keeping an eye with those of you that are watching us perhaps on our social media channels, Facebook, into the chat. What's going on where I am? I know we've been focusing exactly on where that strongest rotation was, farther to the south, but there's a whole line of storms. I'm just going to set it into motion while I chat here. Once that line passes, and you'll notice it here in the watch the watch get trimmed back as that line moves through. Once we use up the energy and cool the atmosphere down because of the rain that's been going down, there's not much left to work with. And also you'll notice at the bottom of your screen, that's where that storm was approaching Lagodi. And given what Lindsay and Sean and Angela and I were all looking at with that storm, it was confirmed. We did see some debris on radar at some point, and that's now the storm that is right now a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be moving into Bartholomew, the northern part of Bartholomew County. Will we have seen damage there? It's going to be difficult to tell until a couple of hours from now once the sun comes up and we're able to get a view of what's been happening on the ground. The all clear will really be once those storms move by. The western side of Indy, really most of Indy right now in the metro is seeing things calm down a bit. There's still lightning, still some heavy rain at times, still going to hear some rumbles of thunder, probably at least for the next hour in the metro, and then things should begin to improve. You'll get a break through mid-morning, I think, and then we may pick up the possibility for showers during the afternoon with another round, potentially of some showers and storms as we get into the afternoon. Just on a side note, I think we're going to have a very significant severe weather event unfold down south where they have a high risk of severe weather. Our risk was only enhanced and slight today, so it's going to be a different situation that's ongoing there. Lindsay.
All right, so we've got this kind of tail end of that tornado warning that is currently near Columbus. That was set to expire 5:45 and about 4 minutes from now. Obviously, the core of that storm has moved out of that area, so it's completely in the clear. We are still focusing north of there, so now that's completely even moved out of Bartholomew County. It's now moving into southern Shelby County and going to continue to lift off to the northeast into southern portions of Rush County, should it hold together. But the signs of this remaining in rotation are certainly weakening. We have not had any real signs of rotation here in the past several radar scans, and even the Weather Service said that they did not plan on continuing with that tornado warning. So that's just going to be the downgrade a bit. Still, obviously, these storms certainly packing a punch, which is why there is a severe thunderstorm warning that's been extended. So where we would see that rotation, it's kind of right there on the line in between Shelby County and northern Bartholomew County. Should that hold together, again, we could still see some pretty significant wind gusts within that, lifting off to the northeast, and that's going to be primarily between now and then when it makes its way into southern portions of Rush County. That will likely be about 6:15 in the morning. So we've got another 30 minutes or so. That storm is something that we will continue to watch. And then outside of that, it's mainly just been the thunderstorm threat, the potential of those damaging wind gusts with some power outages and some branches coming down, things like that, that will continue to impact that stretch. So right now, this is going to likely expire. If it doesn't expire early, just know that that threat has completely moved out of the Columbus area. Again, we're now kind of watching any remnant rotation, which is very weak, very broad, north of the City of Hope, and that's going to track across. Let me zoom in a little closer here to see what this road is here. That's State Road 9. Okay, so that's State Road 9, southern portions of Shelby County, and then eventually could clip here the very north and northwestern portions of Rush County before moving into, I should say, Decatur County before then moving into Rush County. So that's going to be what plays out here over the next 30 minutes. Everything else, again, we've been talking if you're in Newcastle North, basically I-70 North, if you're basically Hancock County West, in the clear at this point, as we will likely see this warning expire here. We'll monitor this last little pocket, Rob, of some ongoing stronger rotation, but still weak enough that we do not expect that tornado warning to be continued.
Yeah, so a couple of bits of information. My mic back on, that was on me because I wanted to make sure that we were able to talk about, we're approaching our newscast at 6 o'clock, so keep in mind we will have updates on what's going on with the weather, but also with the latest news of the day starting at 6 a.m. But we're going to continue with our severe weather coverage. We're not going anywhere. I do have some new information. So a couple of things here. First of all, Bloomington, as the storm came through, we saw a gust to 64 miles per hour. That was within the thunderstorm. Once the thunderstorm passed, just within the stratiform rain that you're looking at at there, once that large cell moved through and the tornadic supercell really stayed to your south, then there was an additional gust of 59 miles per hour that was not necessarily within or embedded within the strongest part of that thunderstorm. So we are still seeing gusty winds even outside of where we're concerned about the possibility of rotation, the tornado warning. Still know that outside of that, just within the severe thunderstorm warnings, we have ongoing reports of 60 plus miles per hour. Keep that in mind if you are downstream of this. If you are Greensburg, Shelbyville, Connorsville, these areas are going to continue to see that chance for gusty winds to surpass 60 miles per hour. Also want to pass along this. We do have some weak circulation that's still moving into Shelby County. That's where we've been tracking that same circulation. That circulation produced a tornado warning and a confirmed tornado near Lagodi. National Weather Service is saying that they are getting additional reports of damage in the Lagodi area and that they are going to be coordinating the need for tornado surveys. When we bring you the tornado warnings, we're not able to confirm whether or not a tornado has happened, unless, of course, there's footage of it or something that really is definitive. But generally, in order to classify this and to declare that it was a tornado that moved through, National Weather Service has to send out survey teams. Standard procedure, they will likely be doing that today in Lagodi, also in the Mecca area. And this is where we saw that very strong couplet. It's the cell that you're looking at that is continuing to track to the north and east and that has that circulation that's now moving into Shelby County. Let me get you in close there just to show you what's going on with that circulation. This is the strongest cell, and I'll set it to where we are currently in time so we can see the absolute latest. Impressive rainfall, potentially some hail within that. It's also likely where we're seeing that broader circulation. It's actually a little bit offset from that, maybe farther to the south and east. This is going to be moving through Flat Rock, Norristown, probably north of Norristown. We're looking at State Road 9 there, up to Wilson Corner, and then continuing eventually over into 74. I'm trying to just off the top of my head remember where the Honda plant is there, how far to the south it is. I think it's a little farther south, but it is contained within. It's likely going to at least have some gusty winds moving through there. You see Greensburg on the map, and 74 will likely have those gusty winds moving through. If you're on the Shelby County side of 74, your gusty winds are likely either happening or are about to move through imminently, especially where you see that brightest return on radar. The very intense rain likely indicates that there is very intense rain, but it also may include a little bit of hail. We haven't seen much hail with the storms once they've gotten here, but many of the storms were producing some significant hail farther to the south and west. Keep in mind, a lot of times where we're seeing that most intense rain shaft or the most intense amount of rain isn't necessarily where that center, that rotation could be. And again, there's no tornado warning with this, but there is still a minor circulation that has been showing up on radar. Let me just broaden the view just a bit, just to show you what's going on elsewhere. Still watching that line, about to approach Greensburg, by the way. Eventually this will move through Connorsville, likely will move pretty close to Connorsville, and then at some point Richmond down the line. I think once we get that through here, the rain may be ongoing for several more hours beyond that, but I think we're certainly going to see an improvement in our forecast. The tornado watch is continuing to be trimmed back. That's the pink boxes that you see behind our radar there. Those are going to continue to be trimmed back as long as the rain has cooled us down, the dynamics have shifted to the east, and these very strong cells that have been producing gusty winds and tornadic signatures continues also to move to the east. So again, Richmond, Connorsville, Greensburg, you still have a little bit of time here and a little bit of leftover energy as the temperatures are pretty warm. Speaking of that, let me do a couple things. Let me just bring up the temperatures just to show you what the numbers have been and really look what the storms have done. They have cooled down into the 50s to near 60 where the storms have moved through. Meanwhile, it's still in the mid 60s, but certainly cooler than where it has been for Richmond. And I think that's also one of the reasons why we're not seeing the storms quite as strong as they were earlier in the evening when we still had 60 70-degree readings. 59, there's that 59 mile per hour wind gust that we saw in Bloomington. That was after the thunderstorms moved through. So we had a 64 mile per hour wind gust as the storms moved into Bloomington, a 52 mile per hour wind gust in Indianapolis as the storms rolled by there. Still impressive values, and certainly will cause power outages as well as down trees. And we know the gamut of things that occur with these strong storms. You get a break once this line moves through, and I'm saying a break because once we get into the afternoon, we may pick up the chance for more pop-up showers and storms, probably driven by the upper level part of the system. Should not have the severe nature that these have, but there may also be some dynamics still in place, and wouldn't rule out the possibility of some small hail with some of the showers today, just because the upper level part of the system is certainly going to be much colder than what you're seeing move through right now. Again, let me get in real close just to show you some of the areas where we're having the most intense rain and the most intense thunderstorms right now. Still have some severe thunderstorm warnings. These really go all the way down to the state line, all the way over into Ohio at this point. That's going to go until 6:30, so that will be once we are into our newscast. And again, our newscast is going to begin at the top of the hour. We, of course, will continue with severe weather coverage as needed, but we also want to update you on what's happening with the news of the day as per usual. There's also the additional severe thunderstorm warning that also includes Shelby County as well as Rush County until 6:15 a.m. The news update is coming in with some of the radar data. Still see some of the intense rain right now into Shelby County, moving just past Shelbyville, but on the eastern side of the county, Interstate 74, very heavy rain ongoing and probably gusty winds, especially within those heaviest rainfall returns. So typically we try to tell you not to look at exactly where the brightest colors are on your radar, because that's not where necessarily the most intense part of the storm is. But in this case, I think that may be where some of the strongest gusts are located. Rushville, we're looking at Richland, over to Orange. We're looking at Connorsville at some point. It's going to see that storm move through. It's not warned at the moment if you're in Connorsville, but not too far down the line, you'll probably see this storm impact you, likely with some gusty winds and very heavy rain. Again, power outages are a concern here. Farther to the south, Jackson, the storm is just moving through. Versailles, probably going to see the storm within the next 5 to maybe 10 minutes or so. These are moving to the east at a very fast pace. We've seen anywhere from 50 to maybe 65 mile per hour that the storm has been progressing to the east. Greensburg, the storm is almost right on top of you. I mentioned the Honda plant a little bit earlier, right off of Interstate 74. Interstate 74 is probably a difficult travel at this point. Wait till this moves through. Again, they're moving through pretty quickly, so if you wait a little bit, you're likely going to see these move on by. And Lindsay, I notice you're looking at some of the cameras there, and I see them rocking and rolling if they're able to pull that up.
Oh, yeah. This one's very intense. So this is the camera in Shelbyville. This is down I-74, State Road 44. I mean, the camera just kind of tells the story in itself. I mean, these winds are certainly picking up, and that's kind of the part of the radar that you were showing where the most intense returns are on the radar. The fact that if we do have any lingering rotation as well, albeit weak, but any of that lingering rotation, the Weather Service is focusing on that small sliver of southern Shelby County, and it does look like they're going to go ahead and continue with the severe thunderstorm warning for northern portions of Shelby County going into Rush County, as this is becoming more of an outflow dominant storm core, still showing a pretty good wind signature. So there will be an extension from this storm you see here into northern portions of Shelby County and then into Rush County as well.
Yeah, and most people, again, it is Saturday morning, so we're looking at a time frame here where most people are not having to go to work because it is the weekend. I know there are some of you that work weekends, and I get it, and I know you want to be updated, but the roads are certainly not as active as perhaps what we're dealing with maybe on a Friday morning or a Monday morning. So we're certainly seeing some improvement there, that we don't have the volume of traffic. It's still going to be a treacherous drive. Let these storms move through before you try to venture out, because not only is the rain going to be blinding, but also with the visibility concerns, but also the gusty winds, especially for some of the high profile vehicles. It really is going to be difficult to travel with a crosswind coming across Interstate 74. And it looks like 74 and 70 are probably going to be the eastern side of 70 70 here are probably going to be the two that we still have yet to deal with. There's going to be a lot of water on the roads for even into Indianapolis, but it is not the combined factor that they're dealing with farther to the south. This is that outflow dominant storm that Lindsay was talking about. You can kind of see it's becoming a little bit more linear. Let me show you what I'm talking about here, kind of north to south, because this is the outflow boundary that's pushing east, and as it does so, we're likely going to see some gusty winds continue to move that way, some gusty winds continue to move that way, and that just gives you a good idea that as these storms push east, they're helping to drive some of that lower level jet that Sean Ash was talking about a little bit earlier this evening down to the surface. That's going to happen in Rushville. It is weaker than what we were looking at earlier, and you can see the new radar scan is coming in, but it is definitely, there's still a little bit of rotation appeared to be in there, maybe closer to, I noticed you, it's just sometimes when I'm working the radar, things catch my eye on what Lindsay is doing, and I get interested in kind of multiple aspects of the storm. But this is the area probably right underneath that very intense rain that you're looking at. The very bright reds, the very kind of deep, kind of almost purple and pink colors is where we're likely seeing some very gusty winds. And even out ahead of that, probably some of the gustiest winds could be even in this area out ahead of it, approaching Rushville. In fact, that one little kind of appendage that's out ahead of this, right here in Rushville, let me put it towards the center of your screen. This may be where we're seeing some of the wind kind of pushing out ahead of the storm as the outflow boundary pushes ahead of this. So sometimes you get those little kind of finger appendages that push out ahead of the storm is one indication that we're seeing some gusty winds. It's an often common radar signature, not necessarily where that rain, that brightness on the radar is showing up the heaviest. Sometimes the winds can certainly be out ahead of that before the storm even gets there. Again, we're still tracking severe thunderstorm warnings. Let me kind of show you what we're looking at. We have really seen the the tornado watch trimmed back from west to east. That's going to continue. Don't see it dropped yet for the metro area, but that is likely going to be coming as this line moves out of the eastern side of the city. Still going to deal with some rain if you're in the city. If you have to get out and about over the next couple of hours or so, the interstates are likely going to have water on them, ponding on the roadways, especially on the eastern side of the city and the southern side of the city. The south side probably going to have some wet roadways at least for the next couple of hours before finally we get this part of the system out of here. And I'm saying part of the system because we do have a secondary part of the system, and I'll see if I can pull that up just to show you what we're tracking that includes a high risk. Notice the area in purple farther to the south. That's where there is a high risk of severe storms. Now, I know we're dealing with severe weather locally, but I want to emphasize that high risk was issued yesterday. 2 days out, or day out for the Storm Prediction Center. That has only ever happened 3 other times in the history of the Storm Prediction Center where they have issued a high risk of severe weather for the next day. That's how certain that they are that we'll likely see some very strong tornadoes into parts of the deep south. Now, look at the green that extends into Indiana. That means that as we get into the time frame that we're looking at from now even into picking these storms back up later this evening, we may still have some of the leftover dynamics. But having said that, we are certainly seeing things improve, and I am optimistic by what I'm seeing on radar here. Still have the watch in place. That's the tornado watch in the pink boxes. That's going to be ongoing, but will likely be trimmed back. Still have some severe thunderstorm warnings that are ongoing until 6:30 a.m. Severe thunderstorm warning until 6:15 a.m., depending on which side of the severe thunderstorm that you are located on. The heavy rain is going to continue, especially if you are in Rushville. Rushville is really right into kind of the bullseye for this. And just to reset here, what's going to be happening here as we approach the top of the hour is we're going to reset for our 6 o'clock newscast, where we not only will be ongoing with severe weather of what's happening, what's going to be the forecast for the rest of the day, because we know that chance is going to continue, but also what's been happening with the news of the day as you get your weekend started or kicking into your Saturday for sure. Still going to track what's happening with these storms, still have ongoing storms. Let me put this into motion very quickly. And if Lindsay, if you have anything new that comes across there as I've been kind of driving the radar here, please let me know. We no longer have a tornado warning that's been in place. The tornado warning that was in place farther to our south and west, the one that we've been concerned about in Lagodi, where we know there's been some damage in Mecca as well, that has weakened. The circulation, the rotation that was there is now much weaker than it was. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning at this point, but still can produce some gusty winds.
Yeah, and just to kind of point out the very end of this, they are still just issuing these severe thunderstorm warnings, mainly because of the threat of these damaging wind gusts. So now that warning has been extended up into southern portions of Henry County, and that's going to be in effect until about 6:15. So for the next 15 minutes or so, that warning will be ongoing there. That does again extend into Rush County. We've got portions of Shelby County, although Shelbyville is now on the backside of the leading edge of this, or the heaviest part of that thunderstorm line. Now in the clear of that. So basically we're on the tail end of this. Probably within the next hour we will be completely clear of this. But as far as all of the active warnings here in central Indiana, they will be ongoing at 6:15. And we're going to continue to keep you covered with a wall-to-wall weather coverage here at the top of the hour. I'm going to go reset at the desk. I'll toss it to you, Rob, and then I'll see everyone back here in just a few minutes.
Ongoing severe coverage of what's been happening with severe weather moving across parts of central Indiana, ongoing severe weather coverage. We've been watching storms move across Indiana throughout the overnight. Things are certainly calming down, but we still have that threat for severe weather for a little bit longer as we still watch storms move through the eastern and southeastern part of the state. News 13 begins right now. All right, again, you've been watching those storms. I'm going to send things over to the desk for the latest on what's been happening.
All right, thanks, Rob. Good morning to you, everyone, and welcome to 13 Sunrise. Thanks for starting your weekend with us. I'm Matthew Bolts alongside Lindsay Moreau. We do know we have extensive severe weather coverage that Lindsay you've been covering. You came in early. You've been tracking this for the last several hours.
Yeah.
And really, I guess we're at the point where this is kind of moving its way out of central Indiana for the time being.
Yeah, we've got a couple warnings that are ongoing. The good news is all of the tornado warnings have been allowed to expire. Just ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings for the potential of some damaging wind gusts. It's been ongoing since around midnight, just after we had Angela and Sean is here. Obviously, Rob is helping me out with the coverage now. Been wall to wall because we did down near Lagodi, Indiana. We do know that the National Weather Service is going to be doing some storm surveying of potential tornado damage. We did have a confirmed tornado down near Lagodi, Indiana, which is kind of just outside the Indianapolis viewing area. But that same storm cell held together as it tracked into our county. So it moved through southern Monroe County and then impacted parts of Brown County. And we're still kind of watching that same storm cell as it's moved from west to east. And now when it's impacting places like Shelby County and into Rush County over in eastern Indiana.
Yeah, and I was going to say we just heard some thunder here in downtown Indy, so you know it's still pretty active throughout central Indiana. Yeah,
so as of right now, 6:01 as we approach 6:02, we're actually going to just continue with our wall-to-wall severe weather coverage because we've been at it for several hours now, and we're getting pretty close to the tail end of the active warnings.
Okay.
So we're just going to continue and keep with it.
Yeah.
We just want to keep everybody aware and keep everybody updated on what we've been following through the overnight, and now that we're into the official newscast, we'll just keep you updated while we still have active warnings. And we have been chatting with everybody through our Facebook page and keeping everybody kind of updated on the questions that they may have had through the overnight. And a lot of them, basically everybody from Muncie South asking what is still left. How much more time do we have? How long do we need to stay weather aware before we can go back to bed or perhaps take a nap at this point, since we are into the 6 o'clock hour. So since we re-racked here at the top of the hour, does look like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning. And this makes sense. This is basically what the Weather Service told us their plan would be, not to issue any more tornado warnings because any signs of rotation have just continued to weaken over the past several radar scans. So now we are kind of just watching what's left of this. And that's still some pretty strong wind gusts embedded within this initial line. And because of that, they have continued to put out these severe thunderstorm warnings. This now has been issued over in Richmond. So that's going to be extended. I'll actually just put this into real time. They'll take the laps off. This has been extended until 6:45. So this is basically the tail end of the strong storms that are out there for now. But obviously, Newcastle getting hit pretty hard right now along the I-70 corridor, down into Rushville, where you see this pocket of purple on radar. Potentially could be seeing some small hail included within that, but otherwise just some very heavy rainfall. And then the fact that we could start to see some 60+ mile-per-hour wind gusts embedded within that, which could lead to the damaging wind potential, some power outages, because we've certainly had that around during the overnight. And that ongoing warning extended until 6:15 in northern portions of Rush County, and then a secondary warning encompassing the southern half of the county. That now extends into Greensburg. We've had a secondary warning issued just south of Decatur County. That does include places like Franklin and Ripley counties in southeastern Indiana. But as far as the rotating storm threat, we've really seen that come to an end as of right now. We're going to primarily be focusing here on Newcastle as some heavier downpours and kind of the core of that line of storms moves through there. And then in between Knightstown and Rushville, we are seeing the potential there of some damaging wind gusts. Everyone basically to the west of there, though, has been cleared. So the worst of this line has already moved through the Indianapolis metro, and same deal down into Franklin, Greenwood, and even Shelbyville. I know that you just got hit pretty hard with some strong wind gusts and, of course, the potential of some hail within this right here, the storm, Rob, that's moved off into Rushville right now.
Yeah. And the watches are going to be trimmed back once that moves on by. But we still have some damage reports that are already that have already been reported, but more that are going to be coming in. Here's the thing: these have been happening overnight. So many of you, as you wake up and then eventually walk outside and see the damage, then those reports are going to be flooding in. I suspect we're going to see a lot more reports flood in as the light comes up and we're able to see more. Did get some information from Bartholomew County that on the western side of the county we do have some trees down, some branches down, as well as some power outages there. Let's go to the map. Let me show you some of the reports that we've been seeing. Report of a 52 mile-per-hour wind gust officially at the airport, although there was a 60 mile-per-hour wind gust in town. Take you to the south, Bloomington, a 64 mile-per-hour wind gust on the north side of where that rotation was reported. This is the same cell that moved through Lagodi, where likely we will see the National Weather Service send out survey teams sometime later in the day today, and then a 60 mile-per-hour wind gust in Brown County as well. So a lot of these reports are mainly wind damage, wind reports that are up around 60 to maybe as high as 66 miles per hour. There was a 66 mile-per-hour wind gust that occurred very close to Purdue University as the line moved through. Really, this has been as we expected. As the entire line swept across the state, we knew that these were going to be producing gusty winds at the very least and a few embedded tornadoes. As Lindsay's been saying, though, give it a little bit of time for that last county or so sliver of the eastern part of the state, and I think we're going to see this really wrap up. But for those of you that are there, say Winchester down to maybe Richmond, some of the areas that we've been talking about here, you're going to have some gusty winds move through and some intense rain. And the lightning, which I'm going to put on very quickly for you, has been impressive with these. Now, before the sun comes up, it is going to be quite a light show as I remove the storm reports. You can see some of the lightning here as I get in really close. This is that one cell that had the rotation earlier, moved through Shelby County, likely caused some damage, or at least some down trees in Columbus County, and now continues to move to the east, producing a good bit of lightning from Newcastle points to the south. And I believe, Lindsay, you've been tracking some of the traffic cameras, and we've been talking about some of the lightning that's ongoing there. And I just kind of peeked it off camera and I noticed it.
Yeah, so if we wanted to take this camera, this is going to be 109. line at I-70. So this is over near Knightstown. So you can see kind of right there near Newcastle, just kind of west of Newcastle along I-70. This is a look at State Road 9. You can see we've got most of the semis that have pulled off of the interstate as the most intense part of this line is now moving through the Knightstown area. Very heavy rain. Also, these wind gusts have really started to shake this camera around. So just kind of an impressive scene here as this storm is moving through the Knightstown area. So we've been monitoring our traffic cameras as this storm has moved through. Obviously very impressive there, and we've been showing you radar, but I wanted to show you some of the power outages that we've had reported across the state as it started over in western Indiana, and it's now making its way off to the east. So we're now starting to see power outages down in Bartholomew County, down into Brown County, over 1,000 outages near Columbus throughout Bartholomew County, same deal into Brown County. And it does look like most of the outages are just to the south of Bloomington, so just to the south there. But this just kind of goes to show you as these storms moved west to east throughout the state, they left behind a swath of some wind damage, and that did cause a lot of power outages, and I think we're likely going to see more as the morning plays on. Hopefully they do get restored somewhat quickly, but that's just kind of how it's looking like right now. Line of storms now impacting the eastern side of the state. We're down to 62 for a temperature in Indy. We've got the 50s back to our west, but everything is clearing out. So once we get these last few warnings to expire, most of them will expire at 6:15. So we're planning to stick with you wall-to-wall coverage until 6:15, and then we'll continue to monitor the situation from there. With that being said, once the more intense line of storms moves out, we are still looking at the very strong wind gusts that will continue. This is the wind advisory that's going to be in effect through 4 o'clock today for 45 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts. High wind warning across northwestern Indiana. So even once these storms move through, we're going to be dealing with non-thunderstorm wind gusts that will increase in excess of 40 to 50 miles per hour. This is through 10 o'clock this morning where we could see this 50+ mile per hour wind gusts. And then even into the afternoon hours today, these winds will stay strong to nearly 50 miles per hour. This is through 3 o'clock this afternoon. That's as that next round of rain is set to return. And then eventually the wind will calm down a bit as we get into the evening tonight. And then those much cooler temperatures are set to move in. This is going to be your severe weather outlook for later today. So we're going to see the most intense part of this next round staying mainly south. But we could, with that being said, see a few embedded storms that could be on the strong to severe side. So again, watching our camera network across the state, we're going to take you back to the, well, looks like our camera just went out there in Knightstown. So this is a 109 and 170. Again, this is the Knightstown exit where we continue to see some of the heaviest of basically the remnants of this line. What's left is still just creating heavy winds and rain to go along with that. And we've, of course, got these ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings just to the south of Newcastle. That does include Richmond down to Connorsville, but everything basically west of where you see this red on the radar, you are in the clear, and that severe threat is going to come to an end very soon.
This has really been an amazing system. I want to take you back about 24 hours that we've been watching this, because while we're dealing with the severe aspect of it, this has been from the Canadian border all the way down to Mexico. Yesterday, there were high wind warnings, wind advisories, then the severe threat. There are blizzard warnings ongoing in western Minnesota. There were dust storm warnings into parts of Texas, 83 mile per hour wind gusts into parts of Texas and Oklahoma. I had never seen fire warnings issued, actual for wildfires, fire warnings that were issued across Oklahoma. Very gusty winds. I say that because even as we get into today, as Lindsay's been saying, we're still going to have gusty winds on the backside of this, and it's going to stay gusty. And sometime later in the day today, as kind of Lindsay was pointing out, farther to the south, we could be dealing with a pretty significant tornado outbreak for the deep south. So this has been not just a system that we're dealing with here locally, but you're going to hear a lot about this system producing the very gusty winds, dust storms, blizzard conditions in the northern part of the country. We're also talking about wind damage just outside of thunderstorms, the severe threat, and then the tornado outbreak that happened last night for parts of the U.S., but especially for the deep south for today. This is a large system. It encompasses a lot of locations. And while I think for most of you, the worst of the storm is moving by, I think we still have a chance today to still be dealing with some gusty winds as well. Let me get back to the radar very quickly just to show you what's happening currently. I'll bring up the radar and then we'll get in closer to kind of focus on what's been happening. You can see the watches and warnings. There's that line of storms that's moved through, and we're still wrapping up what's happening with the latest of the system. Let me get back to that very tight radar. I just want to kind of get in real close just to show you the lightning that's ongoing. We've been seeing it on the cameras, but we still see, and I'll switch back over to the better radar picture so you can get a little bit of high resolution information. Cambridge City, you're about to have that very, very heavy rain move through. This is going to impact 70. It's ongoing for 70. The good news is I think most of these winds embedded within the line that the severe thunderstorm warning is for are generally from west to east. And we noticed this a little bit earlier as well, and I'll point it out yet again, where you see these kind of little appendages. Now here's the line that we're kind of watching, this kind of linear structure in the severe thunderstorm. But then you also get these kind of little appendages that move out ahead of this. There's one down here next to where it says Waterloo. That's where we're also seeing the wind push the rain out ahead of this. It gets out ahead of the storm. It's like an outflow boundary, almost like a little miniature front, and it's helping to bring some of those very strong winds down to the surface. So that's why you see those kind of little appendages out ahead of it. It's a good sign that we're seeing those winds pick up in that area. May not be where that radar is the most impressive. It may be actually out ahead of that or just to the right of that. The heavy rain certainly helps to transport it down to the surface, but don't necessarily pay attention to where the rain is the heaviest on radar, because the winds may actually be stronger out ahead of that for your location. Richmond also looking at that chance for the very, very gusty winds to move through. I wouldn't be surprised if in that area we likely see some at least 50 mile per hour to maybe 60 mile per hour gusts. These have held together as far as the gusts are concerned. They've weakened a bit, but I still think the gusts are going to be with us, and the lightning is still ongoing, which is another sign of the potential holding together of the storm, not necessarily weakening dramatically, but using up that last little bit of energy in the eastern part of the state. And as I broaden the view, you will see that really west of Indy, we are seeing things quiet down. It's still very breezy out there. We still have wind gusts. Let me bring up the wind gust map just so you can see that. We still have wind gusts that are going to be ongoing throughout the day. Certainly not going to be as high as what we were dealing with within some of the severe thunderstorms. 41 mile per hour wind gusts for Indy. That's even after the storms have moved by. 40 miles per hour for Bloomington. It's not the 64 mile per hour wind gusts that we saw overnight as that storm was moving across Lake Monroe, but it is still going to be breezy the entire day. Then we'll pick up that chance for more storms. Lindsay, I noticed you're tracking some of the storm, that last little bit of line that we're still watching.
Yeah, and this is East Central Indiana, so the timing playing out kind of exactly as advertised. We knew that this was going to move in during the overnight, moved into Western Indiana around midnight, and then we're basically going on hour 6 of severe weather coverage, and it's playing out how we anticipated. So now we're kind of on the tail end of this. With that being said, we have a couple of warnings that were set to expire at 6:15. That was your update there. Does look like they expired as anticipated. Leading edge of this now making its way into Cambridge City. So we're talking Western Wayne County, now into Connorsville. We're seeing the heaviest of this line moving in there. An ongoing warning that was extended from Fayette County into 6:45. Wayne County also, that warning has been extended until 6:45 there. This is the very tail end of anything that's left that is even close to severe limits, and this is a wind-driven storm. So we are talking the primary threat being the damaging wind gusts, where we could see an upwards of 60, perhaps to 70 miles per hour for the peak wind gusts within this. And obviously seeing this on radar, if you are in places like Newcastle, kind of right there on the Henry and Wayne counties, that border, that's where you're basically hearing the thickest part of these storms that you have seen during the entire duration of the overnight. And we get that. That is basically the very back edge of the warnings. As of right now, everything has been dropped for Henry County. If you're watching us, I know we have a lot of folks watching up in Randolph County. The warnings are south of you. Same deal in Muncie. I know that there's a very strong storm probably outside your door right now, but just know that that has dropped below severe limits. We are kind of, again, watching the very tail edge of these warnings here within our viewing area. So Cambridge City to Connorsville, I would anticipate the potential of those damaging wind gusts in your area within the next, or I should say over the next 20 minutes. And then you're going to be in the clear of this as well. Everything west of this line is essentially dropping below severe limits, so that threat has ended, at least for this morning. Now, we are starting to see some reports out of places like Tipton, where the wind is starting to kick up now on the backside of this system. Those are non-thunderstorm winds, but throughout the duration of the day today, we'll see wind gusts in excess of 50 miles per hour. So it's going to stay breezy, even though it's not necessarily storming in your area. So again, just recapping where these warnings are ongoing. We've got Cambridge City, Wayne County, leading edge making its way into Fayette County is now Connorsville going to be experiencing the core of this storm. Again, give it about 20 minutes or so. We're going to wrap up with our severe weather coverage at that point once everything kind of clears east central Indiana. But if you're outside of this zone on the radar, if you do not see the town that you live in and you're watching us on air right now, just know that you are more than likely out of that severe risk zone. I want to briefly just zoom out real quick and just kind of show you where this one last warning south is also located. So again, these severe storms down south of Salem, down near Madison, Indiana. This warning here also outside of Greensburg. That is also outside of our viewing area, and that is also set to expire here within the next 12 minutes or so. So again, we're kind of wrapping everything up. We're going to stay with you as far as coverage goes. While we still got this warning over in east central Indiana, but Rob, everything is kind of playing out time-wise how we had anticipated, and that severe threat about to wrap up here momentarily.
Yeah, and I want to kind of mention what's going to happen now as we wrap up the severe threat. If they want to bring my computer up, that's fine, because I'm showing you that the sun still hasn't come up just yet, and because the sun hasn't come up just yet, we haven't gotten a lot of the reports that we're expecting to get once we were able to see, once people get out and about and see what type of damage we're looking at. There's also still a good bit of gusty winds out there that may also limit potential cleanup and things. What I mean by that is if there are trees down, it's going to be difficult to get crews out there if there are still ongoing gusty winds. We may need to allow some of the winds to come down a bit. Keep in mind also, temperatures are still pretty mild. There's still ongoing thunder and lightning out there. We still have the storms that are moving through. But for your forecast for today, there is that chance that we'll pick back up that possibility of a few storms later in the day, and of course the ongoing threat that I mentioned to the south. Let's talk a little bit about that. Once those storms exit, we should get a break for today through at least about midday. Again, the timestamp is at your top of your screen here, midday. The southern part of the state will start to see some of this moisture back in. And Lindsay, because we've been in severe weather coverage, I haven't really had a chance to look at this. But look what the new model does once we get through, I'd say, middle of the afternoon into maybe evening as the sun sets. That's a significant amount of rain in the southern part of the state that's already been battered with severe weather, but now potentially adding the possibility of flooding in the southern part of the state. And that will continue through the evening before we wrap this entire system up. And then the temperatures drop in a big way. Temperatures are relatively mild right now compared to what we expect. You can even see a little bit of snow on the back side of the system as we look to Sunday. It wouldn't surprise me if a couple of snow showers are possible sometime on Sunday. We're still looking at temperatures that are into the 60s and 50s. That's not as much energy to work with. Let me go back to the radar just to show you what we're still tracking. We still have the storms that are moving on by. I'll take the warnings off just so you can see the line is moving on by, but I think we're still going to be dealing with gusty winds the entire day, even once the storms move by. Also did get some reports, and you might be able to clarify for me because I'm not able to see it right now. We had reports of a home damaged in Jackson County. I believe there was a report of a home that was damaged there. And I think once we get more and more information, once more information continues to pour in, as we're looking at some of our traffic cameras, trying to get some traffic cameras up for you. Once we get more and more of that information in, as we're able to see it, then we're going to pass that along to you. What also is going to happen later in the day today is the National Weather Service is going to send survey crews in 2 areas that they're going to be looking that are part of the same storm. One is near Lagodi, the other is near Mecca, which are very close to each other, for that possibility of a tornado. There was a debris signature on radar overnight. It was a pretty strong tornado signature on radar, and something that we're concerned about there being damage there. We'll keep an eye on that for you as well. As far as what to expect with the next, I'd say maybe 8 minutes or so, I think we're pretty much wrapping this system up. Still ongoing lightning. Some of you are still dealing with rain, and if you're really heading anywhere east of Indianapolis, just know that you're going to have to go through very heavy rain that's likely going to last another hour or so outside of that initial leading edge where we have the very heavy rain and the gusty winds. So it's a very complex, a very dynamic system, but we're trying to lay all of that out for you. Notice even where you see the red line of strong storms, between that and Richmond and all the way back to Indianapolis, there's still a good bit of stratiform rain that people are going to be moving through, and we still have those severe thunderstorm warnings. What is the latest on the severe thunderstorm warnings, Lindsay, that are still in place?
Yeah, we still got about until 6:45, but these are moving so quick. And we mentioned this is going to be a quick moving line, and it really has been moving anywhere from 55 to 70 miles per hour at times within some of these individual warnings. So this has been a pretty quick moving line, despite the fact that it's been going on for over 6 hours. It was pretty widespread. So we're kind of on the very tail edge of that. So just accounting for this last little remnant bit of some heavy rain and of course the potential of those damaging wind gusts. The Weather Service did put that warning in effect. That's going to run until 6:45 for portions of Fayette and then into Wayne County. So that's going to be the next 20 minutes or so. But again, as this is moving so rapidly, I believe this is going to completely clear Connersville and clear Wayne County, even into portions of Randolph County near Winchester right now. That's still packing a punch there, even though it's still just below severe limits. This is the zone that I would remain in my safe spot, kind of avoiding being near windows, at least for the next 20 minutes or so, because I believe this is quickly going to move out. In addition to that, south of our viewing area, we did just get signs of another potentially rotating storm. So this is going to be south of Bedford. This one just south of Paoli has started to re-intensify. It is also lifting off to the northeast. So watching that storm track, I believe it's going to still miss central Indiana. It's going to basically hug the Ohio River, moving toward Madison, Indiana, if it does hold together, potentially closer to Cincinnati. But that is still kind of teetering our southernmost counties. So we're going to monitor that one just south of Bedford and Seymour. Again, those 2 cities are in the clear. It would stay south of there if it does hold together, but nonetheless, still just kind of monitoring the very tail edge of that. And the fact that this is not quite done yet for parts of the state, especially again areas south and then mainly areas east. And then now the Weather Service is now extending that warning into portions of Ohio, a good indication that this is moving somewhat rapidly, and they'll likely start to expire that warning that's in effect for Wayne and down into Fayette counties. Again, Rob, that primary threat for the next 20 minutes or so for places like Centerville into Richmond down into Connersville is going to be the potential of some strong wind gusts that could lead to some power outages.
Yeah, and the lightning threat as well. I mean, there's significant lightning, electrical energy with a lot of these storms. Probably, I'd say another 15 minutes or so on that particular cell that we're tracking. But that's not to say that, you know, it's going to be 15 minutes completely before we're done. We are essentially seeing the last little bit of this storm wrap up. I said kind of what to expect for the rest of the day today. Well, here's what we're expecting. Once that line moves through, windy conditions the rest of the day today. Temperatures expected to warm back up into the 70s for today. Likely going to get into the mid 70s. This line is going to, even after it moves through, the strongest winds have been within the line. We'll pick up winds throughout the entire day of 40 to maybe 50 miles per hour. It's just going to be a breezy day. When we get some showers and maybe even a few thunderstorms that pick back up during the afternoon, and maybe I can go back to my model, I'll bring that up so I can show that to you. When we pick that back up sometime during the afternoon, we may see the winds pick up yet again in some of those heaviest of the thunderstorms. So here's the computer model for the day today. And I mentioned that once the storms move by, we get a breakthrough about midday, maybe into the early afternoon, depending on how far south or north you are. But by the afternoon, we're going to see more heavy rain move into the southern part of the state, maybe even a few thunderstorms that pop up out ahead of that. That's where I'd be concerned about maybe a little bit of small hail developing during the afternoon. You see, I've stopped it here at 5 p.m., but also maybe some flooding in the southern part of the state. They've already had some heavy rain with this first round. How much rain will come in with the second round? It could be significant, and that's where we have the possibility for flooding. This typically, when we get onto the back end of these systems, they turn into less of a severe weather event and much more of a flooding event as a lot of the heavy rain moves through. That passes by the end of Saturday. Once that moves through, then you see things really quiet down on radar, but you also notice some of those blue colors showing up just to our west. That's because the temperatures are going to cool down in a big way. They're 50s and 60s right now, which are well above where we should be for this time of year. Average temperatures should be into the 50s. We were into the mid 70s and yes, even 80s yesterday. So we were well above where we should be, approaching record territory. We'll be back into the 70s today. These temperatures are going to warm back up before we see a dramatic shift for your Sunday. We're talking about temperatures that are going to come back down into the 40s, maybe even some wind chill values that are into the 30s once all this moves out of here, looking into the rest of your weekend. So things are improving. We still have a dynamic system yet to get through. So while the severe weather threat is past, just know that there are a lot of ups and downs that are going to be happening over the next 24 hours or so. I'm going to check in with Lindsay very quickly just to kind of see if we're ready to kind of wrap up the severe side of this so we can get on with the news of the day.
Yeah, we're going to, I believe, and I'm going to talk to my producer through this as well. Going to re-rack the show starting at 6:30. So we're going to start back with our what would be more of a normal newscast for a Saturday morning, starting in just about a minute and a half. Again, just to recap, where we've got the very tail end of these ongoing severe thunderstorm warnings that remains in effect for Wayne County until 6:45. Connorsville technically in the warning, but that line has already moved through Connorsville. It's now down into Union County. Last little bit of this heavy line moving through Richmond here within the next 15 minutes. Once this clears, we're going to get a little bit of a break from this before that round 2 arrives later on this afternoon. They're also continuing to trim that tornado watch that was in effect for most of central Indiana. That continues to get expired. So places like Newcastle, that has been dropped for you, even down toward Greensburg as well. So we're going to continue to keep you posted on this, but at this point, once these warnings expire, we are going to get a break from the severe weather, and we're going to wrap up this overnight severe weather coverage that we've been on live with you since about midnight with Angela, and that started late yesterday evening. So just a reminder, if you are over in Richmond, we've got about less than 30 seconds here just to recap real quick, and then we're going to go back into our normal coverage. We've got an ongoing severe thunderstorm warning until 6:45 for a very rapidly moving line of thunderstorms. Could produce 60+ mile-per-hour wind gusts. That line now extends into places like Liberty and then Brookville, where we've got a secondary severe thunderstorm warning that is set to expire here in just a few seconds. We'll continue with our news here at 6:30.
All right, thanks, Lindsay. Big thanks to you and everyone else on the weather team that, continued that overnight coverage. But we'll check back in with you soon. But here's a few things that have happened overnight. We're still working to find out what exactly led up to a shooting on Indy's northeast side. We know this happened yesterday near 82nd and Craig Street in a Starbucks parking lot. At last check, the victim is expected to be okay. We have reached out to Metro Police to see if they have any leads in the case or have made any arrests. Of course, we'll pass along more information once we find out more. This morning, friends and family members are remembering an 18-year-old killed in a shooting at a Northside apartment complex. Friends and family came together last night at the Hub at Nora Apartments to remember Griffin Russo. Dozens of people gathered at a memorial set up for the 18-year-old, releasing balloons in his memory. He was found shot and killed inside of an apartment back on March 2nd. IMPD says they took the suspected shooter into custody at the scene. However, that person was released while they continue to investigate the case. This morning, we are getting new insight into the investigation into an attempted burglary at a gun store in Anderson.
George Bryant is accused of crashing his car into gunslingers. Right now, he's facing multiple charges, including attempted murder. The store owner shared this